conference will now be recorded.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning to everybody. Marion County Commission meeting June 14th, 9 a.m. We are going to start off with the public hearing for CDBG and the COVID-19 stuff. We'll do that, then we'll get into the agenda approval and stuff later. But first of all, we're going to open up the public hearing. And Tina, do you have any guidance for that besides what you've listed? And oh, by the way, thank you for the work you've done to get to this stage so far. I mean, just the stuff that we've got to do and all of everybody's budget requests coming in, putting it up. Thank you for getting to that stage.
You're welcome. I can just give you a little overview of how our how the CDBG program went, and then there's some approvals and paperwork that will need signed after, if there are any public comments, we would need to hear those today. So let me get that all here. I was just kind of trying to look and see which part of the paperwork showed everything the best so that people on the meeting can kind of look at it. But
last page.
We were awarded the CDBG CV-19 grant last year, and if you remember, there were two different parts of that. One was for business grants, and the other was for food programs. And I applied on behalf of the county. At the time we applied, we had no idea what the rules would be.
Right.
You know, it was kind of one of those moving targets, but
Right.
we were awarded. We were awarded a total of $167,000. $35,000 of that was for the food programs, and the remaining was for the business grants. And then we went with SCED. You'll remember I had to solicit bids for grant administration, and SCED was the one that was approved by Marion County, and so their administrative costs also came out of the grant. So we did, I believe, 4 different rounds. We opened up 4 different times, and the grant was pretty difficult for businesses to apply for. It required at least 51% of the employees to be low to moderate income, and some businesses didn't want to share the information about their employees because they had to actually go to their employees and have them fill out and do a certification and so forth. So we were able to award some funds, which is great, but obviously we weren't able to utilize all the funds that we were awarded. Another factor that played into that was that after the county was awarded and had begun working on it and had received applications from several businesses within cities, then those cities were individually awarded. And so all of those businesses that we had been working with, we had to discontinue working with and put those over to the cities to work with. And so anyway,
The food banks go that way too.
the food bank, we ended up, yes, the Marion Food Bank had to go to the city of Marion's grant then. And so we did end up being able to assist the food bank in Peabody, and but we didn't utilize all of the funding. So as this is ending, we had $89,507.10 that we were able to award to businesses. Meals programs for the Peabody Food Bank was $9,876.67, and the administrative cost for SCED was $11,438.38. And the way this worked, we did not request the funds to be sent to the county until we had all the paperwork approved for each draw. So we don't have SCED's money, or excuse me, the state's money sitting here in our account that we have to send back, because as we have had these approvals, we've requested the funds to be paid to the county and then submitted directly to those businesses throughout the process, so we don't just have money sitting at the county that we have to send back. But we are leaving some money unused from those funds.
Looks like 56,177.85.
Correct, yes. And, you know, you had quite a bit of paperwork in your packet. The individual businesses that we assisted, you know, they're all listed in there with their amounts. And
And there is no, they had to prove, the business had to prove that they had low and moderate income workers, but
They
also lost.
yes, they had to document the expenses that were COVID related, that they were utilizing the grant funds for, and, you know, it could be used only for specific items.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay.
So it was a pretty big process that all these folks went through, and Sked did a really good job helping us to make sure that we had all the documentation that we needed from everyone.
All of their money has been dispersed to
Yes.
everyone, and now.
Well,
What
there were a couple of businesses that had been approved for a higher amount, but they were not able to provide the documentation,
Okay.
and so it amounts above and beyond what was documented were not able to be paid. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. I don't feel like I said that very well, but.
It's tough to say, but they didn't show enough paperwork.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
So we awarded everything that we had documentation and authority to award.
So today, and once we get done signing everything, and the bottom, the 56,177, that's on the end there, that they will be aware that we're not gonna use it.
Correct.
Okay.
And you might remember that we had to, by a certain date, which I think might have been in December, we had to award at least half or all of the money had to be returned, and including what we had already sent out. So we did meet that threshold, and so I was really glad about that. And I feel like the funds that we were able to award, I'm sure they did help those businesses. So.
Is there any commission comments that anybody cares to talk about?
You would just hope that when these type of grants pop up, that there would be a little more flexibility to the use of them. I mean, they all sound great until you delve into them, see what's required. Seems like the grant writers are the ones that end up making money.
Yeah.
And you have to have them, I know that, administration.
Any other comments?
Just want to say thank you to Tina for all the work, because it did help people, and it is appreciated. So thank you for navigating all the red tape.
Yeah. Because I don't navigate through red
No.
tape very good. Oh, with that being said, Tina, I guess we can move on. If we need to have the public comments.
Yes, can you, specific to the grant, I believe you would need to open up the floor for any public comments at this time.
Specific to the COVID grant here that we've been talking about, is there any public comments online, or there's nobody in the building right now or in our room, so we would accept public comments regarding the grant program, if anybody had any. Does anybody see anybody online or?
I'm seeing no microphones turning green and no comments in the chat bubble.
Okay. With that being accomplished, nobody's opening up and talking to us, why, we'll move to the next step, and that would be approve and execute all documents.
Yes.
Look like a lot of signing, what it look like.
Okay, so this first one is a grantee's release form. Okay. because we receive Spark funds, we are subject to a single audit, which is in process right now. So just so you know, that means all federal funding sources and those programs are all being audited. And there's nothing to sign on that, just indicating that we do have an audit. And then we have the certificate of completion, which we were just reviewing, and that does require the chairman's signature. Yes. There was an economic development report included. It just shows the total numbers of businesses that were assisted, and then some information about the job retention. And it doesn't require signature. Quarterly progress report is in here. And then each one of these businesses and programs has a closeout certificate, and those all require signature of the chairman on the second page.
Stamp? Yeah. That would be a good one.
One thing to keep in mind too was after this program came out, then the Spark money came down, and those funds were not as restrictive as far as the documentation. So we were able to help assist a lot of businesses through those funds as well.
While we're going through this, what are we hearing on the next program? Is that still?
Well, I think I have kind of let you know that I did move forward with applying for funds on behalf of Marion County. We have received half of the funds so far. There is a report due the end of August, basically, that just says if we've spent anything. But these funds, you have, I believe, 3 years to spend, and so there's I would like you to have a planning session to discuss, how to thoughtfully do some projects with these monies. I also do have I have requested, as I did with the Spark funds, a proposal from Swindle, Jansen, Hockenhoyd to assist with the administration and reporting of the American Rescue Plan Fund. So I have a proposal from them. That I was very thankful, and I know Janine was too, that we moved forward, that you all made that decision to go ahead and do that with them for the Spark money, because the reporting that they did and all of the documentation that they did, and at the end they handed us a flash drive that had everything we needed to hand to our auditors, and it was very
Flawless.
well. It was a lot of work on everybody's part, but I was very glad to have them as a partner in that, because the amount of bookkeeping on that was incredible. Yeah.
There's restrictions on those funds also.
Yes.
Can't use them on roads.
You can use them on infrastructure, but not roads.
It's infrastructure.
They've included, like water projects,
Really?
but of course, the county doesn't really, we don't have those kind of projects. They've also included broadband, but the state's also getting their own pot of money for broadband specifically. So.
not involved in water, we're not right now, but there's 2 cities that has a line coming right out of the tank. Well, it serves 3 cities that are important water project. I mean,
And cities will be receiving their own funds.
that, oh, okay.
Mhm. Yeah. And each city will receive their own funding. And- Okay, I believe that is all the paperwork that I need a signature on. So I just wonder if you should just make a motion to close out the CDBG funding.
If you have no more business in there, I would think so, yeah.
You know, I don't have any more.
Okay. I would make a motion to end the CDBG COVID money, final paper signing and stuff like that. We'll end that as of now. Do I hear a second? Second. Second by Jonah. All those in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
And then if you're ready to close that public hearing and open up for regular business, then we can do that.
Next, I will close the public hearing. We don't have no comments up on the board or no public here, so we'll close it and move to the agenda approval with administrative business and stuff. Does anybody have anything they'd like to add to the agenda? Make it a little longer? No? With that being said, go ahead, Tina, with administrative business.
Okay. I have the minutes of June 7th.
Make a motion to approve minutes June 7th. Second.
Have a motion by Jonas, second by Kent Becker to approve the minutes of June 7th. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
In your packet for approval, you have an invoice submitted for the Marion County portion of the Community Corrections Executive Director salary.
They changed this, and this is a new way of doing this, isn't it? Last
Yes.
year or so. Okay. Any questions on the $1,800? And Dave, you are attending, or?
Yes,
How's-
quarterly meetings.
Quarterly meetings, and how's things going?
Good,
Good.
well-run organization.
Yeah.
So I met the executive director.
Okay.
So I would move to approve payment to the Community Corrections Executive Director salary in the amount of $1,800.
Second.
Motion by Dave Mueller, second by Jonah, to go ahead and approve $1,800 for Community Corrections Executive Director salary for Marion County's part. With that being said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
All right, and was the second, was that you, Josh?
Second,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. I wanted to mention you had asked me for more information about the process for the truck and about the tagging and all of that. And so the treasurer's office has said that we do not need to transfer the tags. There's no purpose of doing that. It's
Okay.
just a county tag. And there's no benefit to changing it. They did say that we can get a duplicate title because the title is missing. So we can get a duplicate title for $10, and we just need to submit this application, which we already have ready to go, and pay the $10.
Yeah. We need the title in case we sell it sometime, so,
Okay,
yeah.
so is everybody okay with
Yeah.
moving forward on that?
Any problems with that?
We, discussion on titles for vehicles, should they all be kept in one central location? All departments, just for discussion.
Yeah.
so we wouldn't have this problem?
I have no issue with that whatsoever.
I was ready to make that motion the other day, so I don't need to talk about it.
You know, no other discussion.
And I'll second it. Only
I
make-
think you're three. I
Oh,
think I hear
okay.
1, 2,
It only
and 3.
it only makes sense, it
Yeah.
really does.
So, since you was ready to make it the other day, let's hear it.
I'll make a motion that all titles be kept in the clerk's office, safe, with copies ready for each department if they so need.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Dave Crowfoot. This is just a good tidying up our business here, is what this is about with our car titles, and truck titles and stuff like that, so. You have a motion, second down?
Yes.
With that being said, everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
Okay. All right. It does make it, honestly, it does make it a little bit easier for several reasons, because for insurance purposes, for inventory purposes, all those things happen out of our office, you know, at least to a degree, so it's helpful to have that there. And financing, those kind of
You need a
things.
VIN number once in a while.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess that was my question last week, is the department heads were taking care of insurance and those type of things, but if it's going through your office, then it makes sense.
Well, it's kind of a bit of both. Like if there's a claim, we're encouraging the departments to get on and submit those claims.
So then they'll come to the clerk's office for the.
They can get on a web portal and do that, but as far as when we receive our renewals and all of the billings and all of that, we process those and send them out to each department, and so it's helpful to have the
Okay.
information to be able to check it.
Good. With that, Dave, a few years back, whenever there's an incident, we want to see an incident report here at the commission room. I mean, if they're gonna turn a claim in, I think there ought to be an incident report turned into us at some time, so. Seems like, maybe that, most of the time it does happen, but that's what we tried. Good.
You know, I can send a reminder if you'd
Yeah.
like, as
Yeah,
far as
just-
turning in
yeah.
those vehicle,
Yeah.
like damage reports.
Right.
Okay. In your packet, you did have some documents that came from Evergy. They're requesting a permanent easement. And so there are documents about that. These have been reviewed by Brad and also by Sharon Homestead.
Exactly where is this though?
I thought there was an aerial over here.
There's a,
VB edition.
Marion?
BB's, it was right in Marion, right? Right behind the transfer station?
Yeah, it's behind the transfer
Okay.
station. I apologize, I don't think I got the aerial photograph in
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
Between Washington and Santa Fe.
Yeah, it looks like it's right behind there, but I just wanted to make sure. And that's just for them to operate, is that, or the way I read it,
That's on our property, I think, is the cities, they're they've got to get easement from the city or
Which I
Washington.
believe they probably have already done, but this is for just a permanent easement on county's property.
well, the reason why I'm saying something is because there's a new cement pad back there. And I just wondered if they're gonna have to go through that, or what they're doing if we give the right of way to that. I mean, I don't like the pad there where it's at myself. I don't know why it was put there. But, that could have been used in other places very easily. But I just wondered whether it's gonna interfere with something, because it looks like it's right behind that station. See, I was just trying to see if anybody else had any problem with it.
Well, and if you have some questions, if the board wants to authorize the chairman to contact them and discuss it further, you know, that might be a way to get more information.
I mean,
It'd be good to ask.
just to ask.
Yeah, I mean, future plans, because relocating the transfer, or the substation in Hillsborough, you know, it'd be nice to know if that was any long-term goals here.
What, is this just, maybe they already have this easement, is this an update, you think, or, you That's why I was asking this.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. And that guy, name on there was,
Well, I can give you contact information for the person that I've been talking to as far
Okay.
as the paperwork goes.
okay. Would the board accept me just questioning it and see what's going on?
It's fine with me.
Okay.
I'd go ahead and allow the chairman to go ahead and approve the.
Unless we find something that you need to discuss.
Okay.
Have a motion by John to approve the easement unless we find something that we need to discuss back at the board. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Dave Mueller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. And I'll get that for you sometime today, so we can make a phone call.
Have we got anything on Hills, have we got anything on Hillsborough yet?
It was a while back.
What was it?
I know, pretty sure we approved it all, but the better half, pad's almost finished.
I think we did.
I'm pretty sure we
It did
did.
when it did.
Okay, I believe that's all I have.
I think this colored line is maybe just, maybe an underground dock, or maybe that's the easement itself. That probably is the easement itself that it involves. Okay.
Before you get too far into the budget items, I was just wondering, do you want me to make arrangements to have lunch brought in for you? Or do you think that you all have time over your 45-minute break to go get something and come back?
We'll never have time.
If you could do sandwiches like last time. that'd be
Yeah.
great.
Okay,
I think everybody would appreciate that.
okay.
Since we're making them stay here with you all day. And we're coming back tomorrow, so.
Okay. Certain, you want to give me any,
Simple like last time, yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Subway, is
Yeah, whatever it was, either ham and turkey or whatever we had last time was good enough.
Bread and cheese?
Bread and cheese
Okay.
and some tea.
Bread and cheese. You don't know. All right.
Well, as you can see, we're not too picky. Just go ahead and bring us a sandwich.
All right, we'll take care of that.
Whether it's bread and cheese or whatever it may be.
Put it in front of us and we'll get it.
So,
okay,
All
it's
right.
missing me either.
Yeah.
Well, we're a little early.
yeah, we're a little early here. Might discuss, this is a time to listen real good before you turn it over. If there's some things that we've seen in our packets or stuff, there's some questions in there. Don't be scared to bring them up. No question is a dumb question. We want to talk about anything and everything on the budget. So it needs to be discussed. So, and if there's something that you really allow this board to make some motion to not to allow something, if they have that tendency today, to talk about it and have some discussion on a subject if some department is raising something pretty high. So don't be scared to ask good questions. I think it's better now than later on down the line when you're trying to fit numbers in.
Can I mention something about the personnel numbers?
Yes.
So, I do want to say, excuse me, the departments have not had much of their information for very long because it was such a quick process so they only had their budget reports for a couple of days and their payroll for even less than that. And I have not had a chance to even proof any of those payroll numbers. So just letting you know, we did provide payroll numbers based on the new pay plan, but I haven't had a chance to really review it and make sure that they're all correct. And then the way we did the elected officials, because we had, and I didn't ask on this, so I think that it probably should be clarified and make sure that you're good with the way that it was done. So we did estimates for the rest of this year, beginning in from now till the end of the year, and using the new pay plan numbers starting in July, except for the elected officials, because you all had set the salaries of those folks by resolution. So when we did the numbers for next year, we started the elected officials in January and went a full year so that you can do a resolution for the 1 year. So we delayed that by 6 months in our budget numbers. And the rest of the individuals, we did a bump in July. So, the way it was prepared was with the correction of trying to get everyone on the schedule in July, and then everyone stepping in next July. That's the way the budget numbers were prepared.
What
So-
did the pay plan do for elected officials? Did they go over them or just leave them alone and not?
No, they were included,
It was included.
but we didn't prepare the budget numbers with any bumps for electeds in July this year. We did it based on a January to December timeframe. So that's just how we started with the numbers, because I hadn't really clarified that with the board, but since we did set those salaries by a resolution, it's up to you if you want to do something different.
It's gonna take a resolution to increase those elected officials.
Right.
Yeah, but this is for the 2022 budget.
We estimated for both. And so what I'm telling you is, the numbers that we gave everybody, because we'll have to evaluate that. Usually Scott and I do that part. We evaluate the current spending levels and where we are. That's part of the things that I check. And so we provided those numbers to the department heads based on
Right.
a July increase this year, so that everybody would kind of know if they're going over on personnel. And then for next year's numbers, we bumped everybody in July because they're supposed to step. But we didn't do it in January, we did it in July. Now, the only exception to that is in the current year, we didn't bump the electeds, we waited,
Right.
and then we bumped them in January.
Yeah.
So they have a delay, but they're gonna, and then they won't step again in July.
And I guess I wasn't focused on elected people at that time. I'm just asking the board, do we want to set some time to go through and have those numbers that you're talking about for 2022's elected people, and look through the elected positions and see if they are, with the new pay plan, if they are where we want to be? I don't know that
It was my understanding that when you did the approval of the pay plan, you included all the electeds except for the commission. Already, those
Yeah.
numbers were already in
Okay.
there, so I'm just letting you know that I didn't bump them in July of this year,
I
like everyone
understand that.
else.
Yeah, I'm just asking whether everybody's happy with that for your elected people, whether the new pay plan covered enough for every elected person. I mean, whether sheriff, treasurer, register of deeds.
We've already approved the increase in the pay plan for those positions.
Yeah.
My understanding, because elected officials are by resolution, those won't be affected until January.
Correct.
But in January, we'll have to do another resolution for
Correct.
elected
Correct.
officials' salaries.
Correct.
Am I following her right?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. I'm just saying did everybody look at it enough for elected officials to see that everything was correct? That's, I have,
We're
so,
going by that.
okay.
So we need to review it in November.
Well, we don't have to, I mean,
It's already.
It's already approved.
The numbers are there.
Numbers are there.
Yeah.
They've
I
been
just didn't go
analyzed and
with-
I
reanalyzed.
haven't heard anybody saying, oh, no, go with the pay plan, I'll make less. I mean,
No.
everybody's pretty well.
Well, and we haven't had a chance as an organization and all the department heads to really go through it all.
Okay.
It's been kind of really fast trying to put numbers together at this
Yes,
point.
yes.
So that's what I'm just trying to warn you, is there might be some, after we actually go through and prove things and review it, there's probably gonna be some changes, because there's always some errors the first time around, so.
And when I was going through this, I see some people had figured off the new pay plan, right?
We gave everybody
Yeah.
the figures off the new
Okay.
pay plan. I don't know what numbers they put in,
What the numbers they put in.
because I haven't had a chance to go through and compare
Right,
them.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So is there anything that we really, when we get to that, should we discuss that or not discuss that?
When
If
you
you're
get-
gonna, if you're gonna finally approve it.
I think that it would be good to just take those numbers with a grain of salt at the moment and look at all the other requests in each budget.
Okay.
And because you had said the personnel numbers are gonna come from our
Mhm.
office.
Yeah.
And then, so just give us a little time to go through and make sure we have those numbers accurate. And that's generally what happens anyway, but
Is the board okay?
I just
with
want you
everything
all to
that
know.
we're talking about? Okay. All righty.
I guess since this is new to me, I'd kind of ask for you to go through the process and timeline a little bit to help me. You know, we're looking at preliminary requests. Next week, we'll visit Scott Lloyd for his input. What's our timeline, and can you give me a little, what to
Okay.
look forward to?
Sure. So, and it's changing a little bit this year because they've eliminated the tax lid,
Yep.
but now they've got some new requirements. And so we, as a county, really need to know what our budget looks like on or before July 20th. And so, because we have to know what our proposed tax rate is gonna be by that date. And so that's why we've kind of, normally we have Scott Lloyd in on these department head presentations. This time, we're gonna be doing the department presentations and then providing that information to them. I took the calendar now.
Oh.
I don't know. He's
No, Mr.
scheduled to be
Cooper,
here
yeah,
on
this-
next Tuesday, and I don't know if he's gonna have all these numbers put in at that time. I hope he does, because if that's the case, then he can bring us like a draft. If we put in everything as requested, this is what our mill levy looks like. And then there'll be things that you'll wanna talk about as far as, he'll ask, you'll wanna be considering any kind of projects and any kind of, any things that are happening in the current year or that you wanna budget for moving forward, and see if there's a way for him to, how we can implement some of those things. And he'll wanna know about, the administrator, if you wanna leave that in, So I think the time frame is today and tomorrow. You're gonna hear a lot of requests. What usually happens is then Scott and his team plug those numbers into the budget forms and just get a rough idea as if we take this, where are we? And then address other big issues that you all really need to decide about, roads and, those kind of bigger projects, and how that fits or doesn't fit into the budget.
Okay.
Where you want the mill levy to be, all those kind of bigger picture things. And then, so he'll come back a couple of times. It depends on how much agreement there is between the board as far as how quickly that process moves.
So the last 4 years, we have been operating under, better get as much as you can to keep the mill levy up there. Now that responsibility has sort of dropped off a little bit, said, well, if you want to raise it to the moon, you could. We don't want to by any means, but it is open, correct?
Yes.
Also not afraid to lower it either, because it isn't like, if you lower it, you can't get it back the next year. So now
Right.
that the tax lid's gone, it's more open to actually lowering it if it's able.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, we did have a valuation increase this year, a fairly significant increase.
That's what I was gonna ask, the other side of the equation, when do we get the valuation numbers?
I have those, I probably should have had that in your packet for you for today, but it
That's-
doesn't
I
have a
will
lot
have
of
that one
context.
because-
Yeah, he'll go over all of that, but we did have an increase, and several of our districts did have an increase, and a portion of that reason is because of the Keystone Pipeline came on this year. Their exemption ended. And so we had about 18 million, overall, value increase on our state assessed this year.
So this
So,
was
but
a
that
good-
doesn't necessarily all come to the county. I don't have that number right in front of me of what our value is
Right.
compared to last year. I didn't have
Right.
time to
Sure.
really evaluate all those
Right.
bits and pieces, but.
Because that affects our taxing entity in our county.
No, it only affects those entities
That-
where the pipeline is.
Goes through, right, that it goes through.
Right,
yeah.
so it
School
doesn't affect
districts.
everyone, no, just certain tax units.
Yeah. Yeah, I misstated that, everyone that it goes through.
Right, right. So, so that's a positive that we may have to work with, but I don't know if they'll appeal values then too, or how, there could be changes to it, so.
Yeah. And, okay,
You know, last year, you might remember, we had a value decrease, the first time in quite a few years, and
yeah.
The oil evaluation dropped in half,
Yeah,
and then,
that hit us last year.
yeah.
Any other discussion by anybody else? I mean, that's the time to sort of discuss things like that, about the budget, and it's gonna affect it.
so we'll do the timeline,
Mhm.
you know, by July 20, we need to have it certified to me as far as what our rate is gonna be.
Right.
Because I have to do some additional steps for all taxing districts this year and next year and moving forward. And then the actual budget hearings, there's a timeline where we can hold those, and turning in the budget is, generally is supposed to be done by August 25th. If we do have they are allowing it to be later for entities that are gonna exceed their revenue neutral rate, which is the new term this year. And so it's just gonna be,
Yeah, fine.
yeah, but August 25th is when we should have the budget finalized, everything done.
When does the commission take action on individual department budgets?
Well, we kinda in the past have done it as just, he puts it in, and then you see how that affects the budget. And then if there's something that you want taken out, or we reduce something, you know, that's just done in those meetings. So it's not been done by formal action by department
Okay.
in the past. It's only been an approval of the entire budget.
Once Scott Lloyd has the full, all the numbers in, then you
Right.
start going back and.
He breaks it down and gives us the
Okay.
impacts.
So you did, as a board, you don't make adjustments going in?
I
Yes, we
think
have.
you can, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we
That's
can.
what
But-
I'm asking.
Yep.
But we're basically looking at wish lists for the first
Sure.
couple days.
Yeah.
Your drawer got a red pen in it?
No.
Because that's what it's for.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
for, I don't like this, cross this.
Well,
A
and I
red
think,
marker.
and I think that that's what these should be for what, when this department head comes in and says, I want to do this, I want to do that, does the board agree? Does the board feel like they want to do that? I mean,
But
to.
it's kind of hard to say yes or no until all the numbers are plugged, new
Yeah.
valuation and that kind of thing before you can really make
Well,
an
that's- I'm just
educated
trying to get a feel.
determination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that, for the most part, I mean, a lot of the time, the department heads are pretty reasonable in their
Yeah.
requests, so there hasn't had to been a whole lot, but there are times where I think things can and should be,
Looked at.
you know, discussed.
Is this is kind of the time to ask questions if we don't
Yes.
understand why?
Yes.
For the next month.
Yes.
Yeah.
We probably don't have
And then if we
Yeah,
need to have, people come
one.
back.
Teacher would go first.
You've done more.
Got my official red pen? All right.
Thank you.
Everybody should have one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got mine.
Everybody knows what it means.
Your drawer looks a little shaky there, Randy.
Huh?
We need to fix your drawer.
Didn't leave
I
it
take
stuck.
some out.
Yeah, but look, it's
It-
like
it won't
drooping
come-
on the other
it won't
side.
come out.
Okay.
Well, is it loose?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying, I think something's wrong with
Out
it.
of the track or something.
Something's not right, is it? Yeah, it's supposed to be solid like this.
Now, and on today, I did put department business and budget requests, because we're not, you know,
It's out.
that way if there is some some kind of department things that need handled today, we can do that, so.
Very good.
Thank you.
And before we get started, anybody care to take a 5-minute break or anything? Anybody have any problems?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break before we get started with Road and Bridge, and we'll get back here.
Okay. We're gonna pause for 5 minutes.
Nice of us. All right. Hasn't been an hour straight.
Okay. So over the break, I just, I went ahead and made a copy of the current valuation, and then last year's value is behind it, so you can compare.
Oh, there it is.
So last year, we were at 139,998,184, and this year, we're at 160,351,349, so really good increase.
Well, I know where all that can go.
There you go.
Well, that's, of course, that's valuation.
Yeah.
And our revenue neutral rate. So last year, our mill rate was, 76.048. And with the value increase that we had, our actual revenue neutral rate is 66.412. So we would have to, in order to not hold an R&R hearing and do all the requirements under the new law, you would have to lower the mill levy rate all the way to 66.412. So, which is unlikely, you know, so I think that, you know, we probably already know we're gonna need to hold an R&R hearing. That can be held the same day as your regular budget hearing.
What'd you say? Is it 74?
76.048. If on the front page, Jonah, if you add up all of the, like the middle parts,
Oh,
so it shows
yeah.
what we levied in each fund.
Right, I was looking back at the prior, last year.
Right.
74.
Right. You had a value decrease last year and you had to actually raise the mill levy rate. So.
Okay. Any questions as of now? We're with Road and Bridge. We'll be starting on Road and Bridge and moving through departments all the rest of the day. Clear down to 5 o'clock this evening. So first and the foremost, well, not foremost, but first. Road and Bridge, one of the.
Yeah. I think, well, you want to start with the worst first, is it?
Yeah, the biggest hit here.
Gotcha. All right, a couple things, department business. 2 weeks ago, you talked about the payment to APM Asphalt Paving and Maintenance. If they were done with their 50%, we would pay them another $50,000. They are done, they're over halfway done, so I would have no problem with the other $50,000, so.
So halfway's 100,000?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, pretty
Can we
close.
make motions today? We're in the official business meeting. Yeah. So, does anybody have any discussion on going ahead and paying the other next 50,000 with what Bryce has
Did they
said?
get through that pile?
They have moved to Lincolnville now, and they're starting on that one, so. The drier weather has helped a lot get through that stuff.
I would make that motion then if I hear no discussion to go ahead and approve another 50,000 to, what's the name of it?
Asphalt paving and maintenance.
Asphalt paving. So I made the motion, I hear a second from down there, Dave Mueller is holding his hand up. All those in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
Okay.
Tina, is everything done for that thing? Okay. Go ahead, Bryce, thank you.
Yeah. As part of what, I'm gonna say the highway industry, and I don't know whether you guys have done this in the past, is that the chip city contractor for the Nighthawk at 330 has brought in a bunch of material and stockpiled, and we've allowed payment of those in the past. They have submitted invoices for about $136,568 material that's on site, verifiable. So if you guys don't have a problem, we'll go ahead and pay for that. What this does is then they don't have to borrow as much money, therefore increasing their costs and then passing them on to us down the road. So that would come out of those project costs.
Can you say that again? I'm
Which
sorry,
part?
what were you saying? Because I was trying to get my screen to work right.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Yes, okay. As part of the highway industry, we've allowed contractors to stockpile material, and then we will pay the invoice price that they have off of their line item, so that they don't have to borrow any more money to basically pay these, because they wouldn't get paid for probably another 2 months until they're done with the project.
Okay. What project are they?
For the Nighthawk at 330th project, the chip sealing material.
Okay.
Yes.
Name of the company?
This would actually be Circle C Paving, they're subcontracted under Coughlin.
But
So-
don't we pay Coughlin?
Well, right, we would pay Coughlin, we just pay the invoices, everything we do goes through Coughlin, they in turn reimburse.
Okay, that's what I was after.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So the reason I was just wanting clarification is because I need to make sure that we have all the all their Coughlin's paperwork in place, which I
Right.
think we do, but I
Yes.
wanna verify it, and
Right, right.
then they should be the ones billing us.
Well, they actually came through Coughlin. I mean,
Okay.
it was just.
So
but
you
they-
have an invoice
Yes.
from Coughlin?
Yeah, and then they have, but like I said, they're verifiable stockpile, at Tampa as well as 140th and Nighthawk.
So if they turn in an invoice for that amount that you said, we should, that's what the question is to us.
Yes. And then their total subcontract portion was like right at $1 million. So it's about a tenth of what they're actually doing, so.
So can they turn that in on a ADA form? And then a progress payment, total contract?
We can make up something,
Let's,
whatever you wanna do.
let's keep track of it that way.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, no
good, because
problem.
I know as more we go on, we're going to
Yep.
say, okay, what was the contract for, how much?
Sure, sure.
How much have we paid so much, how much is left?
Right, and
Yeah,
since
good
you're the
track.
one doing the engineering on this one, so you're
Right.
gonna have to be the one to do that.
Yep, no problem. Yep.
That's just gonna make it way easier
Any
for
other
us to
questions
follow.
by the commission? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, then we need to be able to track it.
Yes.
Yep, yep,
Yeah.
no problem. The project, 57C 504601, the emergency repair of the culverts on 290th, just east of Nighthawk. That's this Wednesday. I think we'll have good representation. That's all handled through KDOT, so we won't have any to worry about that, but just let you know. That was this week.
That's the ones that's washed out through the rain.
Well, the water went over top of it, the pavement sunk over top of them, and replacing the two culverts with a precast, either a precast or a cast in place, bigger structures. Yep. I had a request on the 5070 project, which is the bridge replacement at 230th and Eagle for geology. That was about $5,500. So just part of the contract cost you have to figure out of how deep to go with the footings and stuff to, so, just FYI. We were up, based on our latest query, we're up to about 200 sites on flooding this last several weeks, yes. And so, if we look at an average of, we just said 100 tons. Because, even 100 tons is what, 5 or 6 dumplets. Some of these are a mile long, they're considered one spot. So it's, again, we're right back to where we were of trying to get everything covered up. And again, all we're doing is putting rock over the top of them, just to get them passable. We've had very good responses from people out there calling me and say, hey, I noticed this, whatever else. So we do appreciate that because we're trying to get caught up with things, so.
There's a lot of miles have been rocked.
Yeah.
There's a lot out there.
Yeah.
And that was quick.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to be so quick.
Well, like I said, we're trying to hit them as fast as we can. We've got almost everybody we've got in trucks trying to, we've even had some of the section men hauling their own rock just to try to get them covered up. We are, this last week and this week, of course, we're real hard push on, for wheat harvest, dirt roads as well as rock roads, whatever else, to make sure they're in good shape. So we've had a lot of people call and.
Every grader operator is aware that that's the push.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's just like, we've talked before, where do we go first? You've got the rock roads that typically handle more traffic and whatever else, but yet you still got those dirt roads that they have to get from the dirt roads to the rock roads. And that includes, we've had water across the culverts and everything else too, so working on that. But anyway, it's, again, very discouraging that, as far as the follow-up with the FEMA work from last week, I told you that she didn't know if that was gonna be compensable. Whatever else, she said, you know what, I'm just gonna turn them in. So she's gonna turn them in and see what happens, but everybody I've talked to, I talked to Jesse Ham, I talked to KDOT, they said, we've never heard of such thing. So anyway, we're hopefully optimistic. I have not heard any more from last week other than she was gonna go ahead and submit them. So you'd think after 2 years and all this time and the information that if something's changed, it'd been great to let us know too.
A long time ago.
Yeah, so, and we didn't actually start going through the paperwork till the end of last year. So to say that, we're actually doing pretty well in comparison to most of them that she said, I got some of them that they show up and said, well, here's our receipts, go ahead and pay it. And she's like, oh, wait a minute here. I have to know where these were. And so, like I said, it's, thanks to Jesse and the guys from before, they've done a great job of keeping that documentation. So I did get a email from, it's basically through, I believe it's LTAP. You guys were interested about getting some training. You each want to have one of these. This is a training. It can be a 2-day course. The first day is a PowerPoint presentation. This is taught by a guy with like 40 years of experience. That's consulted through them, talks about all these different items on top. And then the second day is a hands-on portion that they can go through, or they actually take them out in the blade and show them the stuff. I was pretty impressed with what they're looking to do. The other nice thing about it was it's only $50 a person per day. I thought that was exceptionally reasonable. And then all we'd have to do is have, whether we provided a lunch or they went to lunch, whatever the case may be. They said due to their COVID stuff like that, in the past they'd actually supplied a lunch, but now they said, no, we're just not going to do that. So if we want to provide a lunch, we could do that, or guys go get a lunch. But anyway, I thought for, essentially $600-700, put all my blade men in there. I think that I think everybody could learn something from this. I mean, even the old timers that think they know everything, I've had a lot of them say, I learned something, So, but anyway, and the hands-on portion too. I mean, this guy with 40 years of experience, I'm sure would have something to be able to show them, whatever else. And I will definitely be right there making sure the guys are paying attention and wanting to learn. But like I said, I thought it was a great use of some training money for that. So
Do they come out or do you go somewhere?
no, they will come out.
That's better yet.
Yeah. So whether we do it out the county lake or like whatever the case may be, but I got to find out the logistics. But I just thought that was a great training because we didn't get to any training last year. They just basically canceled everything. Well, now they're at least coming out and doing this.
Take advantage of it.
Yeah.
I sure think that the last time that they went right to one of our roads and rebuilt one of our roads for training experience, that was a great thing for them.
Yeah. I've always been a big proponent of training, whether there's new techniques or just
Review.
Yeah. A lot of the guys, they know better than what they lead on. It's like, no, I don't buy that, so this is a perfect example. But anyway, so this come up and I thought it'd be a great choice. The problem is trying to find time to
Does any commissioner have any problem with giving Bryce the okay to go ahead and line something up later?
I think that's what we've been asking for.
Yeah, well, it's, and I thought about, the classroom portion is one thing. I was thinking, it's like, well, maybe we could contact surrounding counties or whatever else, and then they would be billed that same amount. But the hands-on, they'd like to stick to about 12. Well, if I put 13, 12 section men plus one more out there, that gives me 13. I think that would be a plenty, because we want to make sure that hands-on especially is.
And you will take the class too, right?
What's that?
You will take the class.
Well, I will be there. The hands-on portion may be a little tougher,
Okay.
but
Okay.
I want to be there regardless because obviously I want to make sure the guys.
Yeah, I think we have to take care of our own and not worry about.
Well, and
worry
like I
about the
said,
other counties.
and there's no reason that we can't promote this to other counties too. Maybe they come out 2 days for us and 2 days for somebody else around here, whatever the case may be. But anyway, I thought it was good use.
Good news.
Yep. So that is all I had as far as business, unless you guys have anything else. No.
What about the lunch? They wanna.
Oh, yeah, we need to provide some lunch.
I guess I look at the fact is we could do lunch fairly cheap instead of having all these guys
Yep.
leave and try to come back.
Yeah, it's better, cause then somebody's not back in time and
Yep.
they miss out on something.
Yep. Good.
Yeah, that only thing in business, Bryce, appreciate getting some of those whole culverts down there patched up.
Yep.
Finished up with that.
Yeah. I have, the latest I've heard from Coughlin is they're looking right after 4th of July. I'm actually going to figure, because we originally set it for June 1st, and I'm just I'm not saying that they're not legitimate and being delayed and whatever else, but the sooner I get them started on the time, then they still think they'll be done in about 6 weeks. But the good thing about it is that if the longer they wait, hopefully it'll be hotter and drier, which is better for the whole approach. But still,
Talking about
Nighthawk.
Nighthawk at 3:30.
3:30.
Yeah.
What about Nighthawk? Where's that standing?
Huh?
That Nighthawk itself.
You got the
That's
whole
what he
pad.
was.
Nighthawk at 3:30, both of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Their plan was to start on 3:30th, get that done, and then we're gonna add that extra stretch going south to the railroad tracks. They wanted to do that first, then we'll move down to Nighthawk, and then we'll be able to go and do the ceiling on 3:30th.
Got
So-
some of their equipment sitting out
Yep.
for you, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know whether.
That's another good sign, at least you can say, well, hey, our equipment's here, so it's not gonna work, so. But
So how soon, how soon are they looking to start tearing up Nighthawk?
The biggest thing that we're looking at right now is, I think we're gonna bring in some extra material of our own for 3:30th to try to increase our strengths. So we're gonna be doing a little bit of testing right off the bat. We don't know for sure exactly what's gonna be, but they thought they would get through 3:30th in a week and a half. So roughly the middle of July, be down on Nighthawk. Yep.
Did they just grind it 10 inches down?
We had 12.
At 12.
Now, the only thing is, one thing I was looking at when we were checking those culverts last week is going over top the culverts, we're gonna have to verify that. Obviously, I don't wanna go and tear up our new culverts. So even if we raised up to 8 inches or 10 inches, whatever else, we'll just have to find out, but obviously. I think the work we did last week with this cold mix material will hold up so much better than what we had before, because we were using millings and things like that. When they're cold and wet, they're not sticking together. These are better asphalt contact, plus it's warmer, so I don't think we'll have any problem.
Well, you also wanted it to settle.
Well, right. Some of them we just, it was amazing. When you backfill, everything looks great. Man, you tear them up and you see nothing but really high clay muck underneath there. It's like, where did this come from? So, but anyway, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I guess we go on to budget, if you don't have anything
Yeah.
else.
Start right in.
All righty. All the personnel services were numbers given to us by Sherry and Tina through the clerk's office, so pretty much went with what they had on there. Road and bridge maintenance contractual, I mean, we're sitting at 59,000 right now, so we're gonna be right at the 120,000. I don't know why we were down to 75,000 for this year. I couldn't answer that for sure, but. So I'm just looking at the previous years, 18, 19, 20, we were right around the 120. The commodities have always been a thing, you never know what you have for filters and other repairs and stuff like that, so keeping that 300,000. Shop fuel, I think we're very, very good shape now, but who's to say what's gonna happen with fuel by the end of next year? We're speculating for 18 months and nobody really knows. So if you did know, you wouldn't be around here, you'd be a very rich man, so. And then road signs were 75,000 again. We do have all the signs purchased to redo all the sections. But we're basically gonna have to turn around and start back over just to make sure, and we don't have to replace as many signs, but we're gonna have to go back because there's a lot of things in the last several years that have been damaged and things like that. So 75,000 should be plenty good there. So, any questions about the maintenance? I'm sure there'll be questions later on, so.
Does everybody see where we are in the packet? We're on page 42.
I'm sorry, yeah. All right, going on to special bridge, personnel services. A lot of the things that we've been looking at, as far as that special bridge and the bridges stuff is, where to put like these consulting fees and stuff like that for design work and stuff like that. We've been putting them in some of these items here, like in the special bridge contractual. Again, the personnel services was given to us by them, but we were looking, that's where we're gonna put some of those things in there. That's why we're at 29,000 already. It's been putting them under special bridge for like the bridge designs and stuff like that. So, and then commodities, you know, keeping about the same. It's kind of a strange number that the budget was 207,749. So, but anyway, 200,000, then the capital outlay leaving at zero again.
So this fund is a separate fund,
Yes.
and so the reason it was probably a strange number is because we were probably trying to hit a certain levy rate
Okay.
in that
Gotcha.
fund.
Yeah.
Isn't this the one that you would normally pay your culverts and?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. So,
And we haven't done any real actual bridges out of here in a long
Correct.
time until this year, so.
yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I'd like to say that we could continue to do the bridges, especially if we can get the cost shares and the KDOT programs and stuff like that, so. Any questions?
Anybody got any questions?
No? I bet you do on the next one.
Yeah.
This our capital outlay, this is for our equipment. And I talked to you 2 weeks, or was it 3 weeks ago, whatever it's been, about equipment and things like that. I haven't really heard anything back, you know, about what you think, especially about the motor graders. That's probably our biggest push right now. It's absolutely crazy. We had 2 motor graders that are the exact same year. The first 2 motor graders we got, those M series turbos, went out within 200 hours of each other. Like 2 days later, they just got one out of there. Next one came in to have a turbo replaced. You know, they're $2,500 a piece. We do get $800 in core, but still, you know, they're 10,000-hour machines. You know, so it doesn't take long to get up there. These Volvos are continuing to just kill us on stuff. So, like I said, that's all I can really say is that's probably our big critical push right now. You know, we're still fortunate these Volvos haven't caused us any computer shutdowns, whatever else, then they become paperweights. So, or we've kind of jokingly said that we have one broke down all the time, maybe we'll just make one a parts machine. And yeah, I mean, it's a shame to say that we turn around and have to wait for.
Do we own 3 of them?
Yes. So, and they're all sitting about the 6,000–7,000 hour range. Looking online, depending on what you're looking at, years, whatever else, they've been running anywhere between, you know, 40 and 60,000 when you sell them. But again, that depends on who wants them, and you know, they're still nice looking machines. They just, you know, that's the problem you're gonna face. Kind of getting the old galleons and champions and stuff like that. They're, you know, you can find parts, but man, they maybe not. You don't know how long and how much.
We don't have any of those anymore, do we?
What's that?
Those old machines?
Oh, no.
Well, they-
Everything we have is either Caterpillar or the 3 Volvos.
Right.
But even some of the Caterpillars that look new, I just asked Dale Nellens Friday, I think, he was cleaning his machine at Peabody. And I think his is the highest hour, one of the new ones with the controls and stuff.
Mhm.
It's 10 years old already.
Yeah.
It's close to 10,000 hours, he thought.
Yeah.
But that's where we was taking one from Peabody, going to cover the Gosel area, so you have road time every day.
Yeah.
And stuff, so.
And we still have that same issue now. You know, Fred's going from Gosel, or from Peabody to Gosel. Now, we've talked about possibly putting in some sort of a place over in Gosel. We just haven't got it done yet, because we have to find a place and have electricity and fuel and stuff like that for it too, so. But anyway, I mean, it just, you know, it covers as many miles as we are, and we're working on that. So, like I said, that's gonna be my big push. I think I got everything taken care of. Finished off, or got corrected the lease purchases through 2025. Had the 2012 M2 motor grader, we just bought the first part of the year with a lease. Just to show you what those, I didn't get the principal amounts and stuff on there, but it's mainly just the payments that are due in 22 through 25. Should be one copy for you too, Keith.
So does the lease payments come out of what you're budgeting on this?
That's, well, yeah, everything is supposed to be in there, but it's like, it's easier to budget them if you see how much the individual ones are compared to everything else, so. But anyway, and I just put in there under proposed motor graders was leasing 2 per year at roughly $50,000. You know, again, that's just a budget number in there, whether we put it, whatever we do. So if you get out there a long ways, you can see it's an awful lot of money a year, but when you start building up that equity, and of course these don't take into consideration selling the other ones either, but if you put that out there and you build up that equity, and then after your 6-year lease comes due and you get another one, you're going to drop that considerably. But
I noticed on here, we're down to 1 dump truck.
actually, both of those are the dump truck is our last payment is this year,
Yeah.
as well as the 2013 Cat motor grader. Those are done. So all that leaves us is the skid steer, the new dozer, the new motor grader, and then a tractor with the flail mower.
Would you all like the list that he gave us before of the equipment, the proposed equipment purchases for this year and next year?
Yeah, you probably ought to have.
And then our list of current equipment?
Yeah.
I can make copies.
Okay.
So is equipment available?
Talking with the Cat salesman, he said the sooner we would commit, the better off. He said, I think that was end of May, 1st of June. He said approval contract right now usually is looking at November, December delivery. They're facing the same issues everybody else is, getting them made and getting them here. They're actually made in Brazil, from what I can understand. Yeah.
The cats are?
Yes, because we set them there right on the Brasilia and everything else, and they ship them over here and then they finish them. So,
Stick the chip in them?
I don't know.
That's probably it. They're probably made, they just don't have a chip.
Could be. Like I said, that's just what but he said that's the biggest problem they're facing is just getting everything made and then getting them over here and getting them delivered, so.
Well, I'll just tell you, this is a result of the commission that didn't buy no trucks. And I'm part of it,
Yeah.
because we got heck every time we tried to buy a truck. So, and I guess in our grand scheme of things here, where we going with trucks is we're starting with down at 0 again. We're buying trucks. Where are we going with it? What are we gonna do with it? Are we gonna pay for this contract hauling? Are we gonna put our own contract trucks out? I mean, our own trucks to haul with a 25-foot bed or 40-foot bed to haul 25 tons. And so I think you're the way it looks here is we're at some planning times here to do something for the future.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you, truck-wise, I'm pretty comfortable with where we are with our newer trucks. The older ones seem to be holding up fairly well. So I think that is something that we could probably wait. But like I said, the biggest thing is just with the motor graders and stuff like that. So.
The second issue is you buy equipment, you gotta have somebody to put in it.
And good issue.
We're fortunate right now. I agree with you. You know, we've got 12 section men plus a more experienced guy for our rebuilds and stuff like that. But yeah, that's something we ultimately look at too. Is if we lose people, we can't get them replaced. You know, I wish I had a crystal ball answer for that. I'd do another one. You know,
Still gonna have to have a truck or two around, just to.
Well, I mean, yes, but I'm saying as far as section men, I do have all 12 sections covered. So that wouldn't be a problem. Of course, the truck drivers, we're still for 3 full-time, but again, we can, if we need to throw a bunch of trucks at it, we can make the short-term move and pull guys out of other equipment, or like I said, most of my section men have CDLs, which helps immensely because, for instance, now there's times that, man, I really need some rocks and we can't get to it, come in and get a truck, and we're using those 3 state trucks during that time, so that's a good use for them. We don't put a lot of stress on them simply because they were bought for snow and ice control. So that's not a problem, but yeah, I mean, I wish I had a crystal ball as far as help, you know, because it's being 4 people down pretty much all the time, and we've got some people applying that haven't worked out real well. I mean, they just background checks and things like that. We just can't hire anybody to put them out there in that kind of equipment. So
I know we've talked about, you know, having our own, what is that, hopper bomb
Oh, yeah.
trailer.
Belly
dump,
Right.
especially when we go to the quarries that are farther away.
Right.
So, you know, you gotta have a dedicated driver full-time
Well,
if you have that piece of equipment.
Yes.
More importantly is a haul truck. Now you got to run about $50,000 in a haul truck. Without taking the haul truck off of our trailer, you know, so that goes too. But yeah, and honestly, whether it comes with a belly dump or the end dump or something we even use the side dumps, it all, you put a barrel dump. The barrel dump's nice because you can use it for hauling heavy rock. It's easier to deal with. So I mean, there's pros and cons to every one of them. But yeah, I mean, budget-wise, if you buy a new trailer and a haul truck, you're probably talking minimum $80,000.
Yeah.
You know, and then again, if you've got that much money invested in it, you're almost, well, for instance, our truck and pup, we only have one guy that drives it. He's the most, very experienced, and he's been trained, and you just can't throw just anybody in there. So we can turn around doing that. And I don't know, I mean, I've checked around with a lot of my peers, and it's just kind of, some of them say we hardly haul any of our own rock, some of them say we haul all of our own rock, and it's everything in between. You know, anywhere from the small bobtails that we have to the big end dumps to the belly dumps. So I don't know, but it's just, like I said, that's.
Well, we've been fortunate in this area to be able to get contract haulers. I mean, I don't know if it's that way everywhere or not.
Well, I would imagine so. I mean, but, you know, a lot of the guys we use say, yeah, we'll help you out when you can, but they've got their customers to take care of too. So it's not like you can count on them to do it all the time. Our guys have been very, very good about helping us. I mean, especially when we're in a jam, they say, yep, we'll drop everything to come help you. So they understand that. But, yeah, we're fortunate to whether they're exactly in the county or very near to us that we can, you know, get quite a few of them. But so that is helpful, but again, still costs us more money. So
Up there at Syracuse or Johnson, I don't remember which town had the county seat there, but there was 3. They was all using belly dump trucks and stuff to haul their material in.
Right.
They'd leave every day.
yeah, one thing is,
Like I said, they was all. I didn't see no of the short beds.
yeah, they one thing that helps them out there, and it's very geographically, because out there they basically use all river sand, river rock. You can actually get where some of that river rock has got 1.25 inch rock in it with sand. That's why almost everything they have is sand. In order for them to go rock, they have to go to eastern Colorado or eastern Kansas, and that's why. But you know, and they don't have as many roads, so they have to travel farther, you know, to get to some of the roads. But like I said, truck wise, I'm, you know, fairly okay, but it's just the motor graders that are causing us the heartache.
So what do you recommend on the motor graders?
I think as far as the budget goes, you look at the yearly expenditure all the way through 12 and 20 years. They gave you those spreadsheets on there. The easiest thing as far as the budget was to lease 2 per year and do that for 6 years. So we'd have 12 motor graders and then continue the leases after that. That's the least impactful. I say least impactful in the budget. It's about $42,000 a year based on that 6-year lease. But again, that's why I gave you the 4 options, because with the 12 motor graders, it'd be nice to either go 2 or 3 for either 4 or 6 years. So
That's what I see looking at the schedules. We've got graders that need to be replaced.
well, like I said, that's where we are. Right now we're pretty fortunate we've got the 2 extra motor graders there. They're coming in handy. Well, if we get to the point of getting these new motor graders that they take care of any of those issues, then that really frees up. Because if something's broke, whatever else, and it needs to be taken somewhere else, they bring you a brand new or a different machine, and you're back in business. So, so we'd be able to get rid of. We probably wouldn't get rid of all the extra ones, but simply because if we had a need for 1 or 2 of them, but. And it doesn't matter as far as that goes, but it would be nice to say that once we did get started with the lease program, that we could continue that, because I think that's beneficial to us. Like I said, once we get past the initial lease and roll that over with that extra equity going back into a new one, I mean, again, we're speculating. Nobody knows what those costs are going to be down the road. We can only anticipate what they're going to be.
So I guess as the new guy, it seems like the lease program makes sense to me. You've all been sitting in the seat longer, so what are the disadvantages to go on?
Well, in the past, Randy may speak to it better than me. I mean, they always tried to put money back to replace a machine or
Right.
2, and then sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think in the world that we live in now, the rotation with the
Right.
with the lease purchase
Right.
gives you the best bang for the buck.
Well,
I guess
just
you could say.
the maintenance, the knowledge of rolling
Yeah.
through it, the financial side of it, and it's a different world now. I mean, it has changed.
And that doesn't say in 2 years from now, if lease purchases are all of a sudden
Right.
10%,
Right.
you might look back and say, well, now we better just start saving for
Right,
them.
you still gotta be flexible, but
But-
what I see on the fleet is it
I
looks
guess
like
it
the
does.
fleet of, I'm getting a little concerned.
But we
We're gonna get hit with 4 or 5 in a year.
need to get rid of the Volvos and start a lease program.
Well, I
That's
mean,
kind of what you're saying.
we're looking at the fact is that the Volvos are giving us the most heartache, or whatever else, because
But they're still running good right now, today.
well, but we're still putting hoses and things like that, which are normal wear and tear. But
Yeah.
again, we haven't got to those big computer issues or whatever else, and we've had some electrical issues that have come up. That's what's bothering us the most.
Is there a market for these?
There's a market for anything. It depends on who wants them. Like I said,
Can you
that's the
get
thing.
a
Is,
fair price for them?
but I will tell you that looking at used equipment on like Purple Wave right now, it's a crazy what some of the stuff is going for.
Good time to sell it.
Yeah, because I think that's where a lot of people are. Say, hey, if I can get a good used piece of equipment, I'm going to do that. Now, I'm not going to say again that these Volvos aren't good for somebody, but just for, again, our practicality, maybe there's a place that has a bunch of them right now and say, hey, not a big deal.
Yeah.
We've got a bunch of them.
We got 6 more just like.
Yeah, could be. But again, you don't know till you get to that point. But I mean, I'm constantly looking at used equipment, just checking prices and things like that. And it's like I said, it's, when we sold that Kenworth dump truck last year, man, we never thought we got 50,000 out of it. Most people were figuring 30 to 35. So again, it depends on who wants it and stuff like that. But like I said, that's just the biggest thing. The cat stuff, we are very, very confident we could find parts. We just, again, we're starting more and more and more parts on them. And so we could get away from that, so.
Ken, I'm gonna go back, and you shook my mind up here. Why did I always want to say half and half leased and half owned? To Dave's question back up there. So if you look at 12 lease units at $32,000 a year,
Mhm.
that's $400,000 a year that goes down. I mean, just you got this purchase budget over here. We ain't got the money there, so you're gonna have to raise that up to. That's just for motor graders, $400,000, and then you're gonna have trucks and stuff there. So you're gonna need that $200,000 or more for trucks. in there, so you're gonna raise
Should
that.
also have a lot less maintenance.
And
Yeah.
what it pays
Also.
back, I can't tell you that,
Right,
but
yeah.
it should.
Right.
It should,
And
Dave.
Is it okay if I give a little history too on this fund and how it's?
Yes.
I
you know,
appreciate that.
So, the special equipment fund is funded solely by a transfer from the road and bridge fund.
Okay.
And the last 3 years, so we generally do like 3 budgeted transfers within a
Okay.
year, and that's the income for the equipment.
Right.
And so the last several years, we have not made all those transfers and have cut back. I mean, we had gotten to a place where we were spending consistently on equipment, which, and so then we stopped. And so then you're gonna kind of get behind, I think, if you aren't willing to move forward with
Right.
funding this particular
I-
fund.
Yeah, this particular fund, yeah.
So are we behind enough? We need to do more to catch up?
Well,
Kind of teetering.
I mean, there's just been, I think that you've made decisions based on the need for gravel
Sure,
and other
sure,
things.
sure.
And I think that you've had to do that.
Okay, got
But just keep in mind, you can't keep doing that every year and not address the equipment
Right.
needs.
That's where I see this, at least, it can get us some equipment, get us going, and get that rotation started.
Plus it's also easier to budget.
Yes.
Because you budget
No,
those
it's-
payments,
Yeah.
you're not budgeting the outright purchase, because you budget for $300,000 piece of equipment, and then you go out and get bids, and it's 80,000 higher or 90,000 higher, and then you work your way right back to where, we're not even transferring near enough.
Yeah. Now, the other thing is, the reason that I went with to try to replace everything within 6 years is that is pretty much industry standard when the major things start popping up is the 6,000 on plus years. So if we get to the point of, and granted, we will set, if we do go with the 6 years, 6,000 hours, we obviously need to stay at or below those hours. So, because if we go above that, we're obviously pushing the issue within our we'll have to start paying those expenses. So that's what we're looking at, because most of the big purchase or repair bills and stuff like that get into the 8,000-10,000 hour machines, and that's why we're trying to avoid that. So, but they also, excuse me, they also at the 6,000 hour still have very good resale. I mean, most people say they're good and broken, but when you get up to the 10,000-12,000 hours, now you're looking at possibly an overhaul, at least the top end, maybe new injectors, things like that, and that's where you start getting into 4 and 5 figure fixes, especially if it's out of the realm of something we can do and have to send them in. So, but anyway.
This is an important section here to figure out where you're going for the future.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very important, so. But like Tina said, don't take the money away on transfers, because you're gonna have to pay for equipment if you're gonna go to there. You got to. You can't take away that just because of rocks.
Yeah, I think you've got to a point where not funding this for several years, you're gonna get into a hurting spot.
So, anyway, so I mean, that's kind of, obviously the 500,000 is approximately what we're looking for, but again, that's gonna depend on where you can find the money and things like that. So, onto road and bridge, the contractual, we're the same thing there, is just the,
Is it okay if I explain this fund a little bit?
Good.
Yeah.
So, for anybody that's newer, this is a massive department, a massive fund, and so we have, in most departments, you'll just see personnel, contractual, commodities, and capital outlay. This is divided into different sections also. So you have the first one, which is the administrative section, that has all those same categories, and then you also have a blacktop section, a gravel section with all those categories, and a maintenance shop. So there's also road and bridge construction, like that's a bridge construction line item that we haven't been using consistently, but we are paying something out of there this year for a project. So.
And you didn't go far enough.
Okay.
Blacktop, the money that's mills are raised for. We have 2 mills set.
Okay, so in the blacktop, what's out of this road and bridge fund is mainly for your chip seal projects and things like that.
Yeah.
We utilize the capital improvement fund for the major blacktop projects.
Yeah.
And that money is levied in the general fund and transferred into the capital improvement fund.
Okay.
So, and it also a portion of it comes from the road and bridge sales tax.
And I'm just
And
gonna
that's-
mention, we've got one big thing called Indigo, so I'm just mentioning it while we're thinking.
And so what Bryce has here isn't even the capital
Right.
improvement fund, so
No.
that'll be a separate discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you're on road and bridge and or you're on blacktop right now, right?
No, this
He's
is,
just on the whole road and bridge fund,
Administrative,
he's just
yep.
starting on the administrative, we're on page 45 in the electronic packet.
yeah. Pretty much the same as it was last year. The capital outlay is, we were looking at some new computers and getting into the CAD work and stuff like that. And it's there. Blacktop. Is that whatever page that is? What are you laughing at?
46. Yeah,
I'm-
the fourth line's kind of high.
You're gonna
compared to last year.
I'm
ask me
laughing.
to explain?
Yeah,
it?
it's on page 46.
Yeah.
Why am I
Uh,
laughing?
Huh?
Why am I laughing?
I don't know. It's
Yeah.
just- Yeah. Anyway, obviously the personnel's same what Tina gave us. The contractual services, I'm kind of wondering if down the road, we may have to do some more geology or stuff to that effect to find out what we have, whether it's coring or whatever else going on, to find out what's going on with these roads or possible ways to do that. But, obviously when we looked in 2020, it's about the same. Obviously the Tampa Road payment is done, so I just put a check on that. Blacktop project's $26 million, so whatever you could
That
throw.
only gets Indigo.
Yes, yeah,
What about
yeah,
the rest
so-
of the county?
Anyway, the blacktop projects is, typically in the past, it's been $500,000. Based on budget things, that's about 2.5 miles of a straight overlay of 2 inches. Obviously, we've talked about that for a long time, about where does that go, whatever else. Now, there are a couple places, I think, sorry. What? For this year, where we could spend the $500,000. I could do a mill and overlay on Kansas for about 1.5 miles. We could actually go down through Peabody and Peabody Street on the west side and redo that. We could do something with Alney. I don't know if a straight overlay is gonna help much, but again, the only other option that I really see there, well, 2 options, is come back and do the full depth thing, turn it up and go back to rock for a while and then do something, or just go back to rock and leave it, so again, those are difficult decisions to make, but those are some options that I did come up with. The Kansas for the 1.5 miles down to Ag Service is really taking a beating, with these wet winters and these hot temperatures. It's running really bad, even about 1/2 mile north of 56 on Kansas. I can't explain why a road is doing why it's doing that on top of the hill. I just can't understand where that moisture is coming from, because there's good ditches, and I mean, there's a lot of things that are just very perplexing. But anyway, those are all choices that I can think of that we could do something. Obviously, like you mentioned, the Indigo, you want to throw 190th out there. I mean, you guys saw the list of what's out there. That's why I just said, whatever you could give me, but I mean, obviously we have to be realistic too. So,
Bryce, just asking, and I know it takes men, time, money, rock, and everything, but you look at the west road out of Alney, and then look at your east road out of Alney. Your east road has never been done quite like the west one has been built and stuff, with rock and graders and stuff. And that takes time for our boys to do it. But we also had the bow mag, and the bow mag for us now is probably a piece of junk.
we've actually talked about, getting that going back up. The problem that the guys have had was, that it's not near as big a unit as what we bring in, so it's slower and takes more time.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's what we're at right now, is the things that take more time is what's, you know, where do you rob Peter to pay Paul, or whatever the case may be. But yeah, I mean, we could go in and rebuild that almost identically to the way it goes west out of Old. But again, you know, it's a somewhat asphalt road now.
What my reason being though is you at least get a base start first. You don't concentrate on the blacktop this time, you concentrate on the base. Yeah.
I'm 100% in agreement, because honestly, we're never gonna do anything on that road like with most of the other roads is until we get that base straightened out.
That road's pretty dangerous though.
Well,
You can drive along there and see where people try to miss potholes.
Yeah.
And where they've cut the grass out of the ditch. And I'm just thinking, gee, how many rollovers is?
Well, like I
averted?
said, we're out there, just watching the rock. I mean, that rock doesn't stay in there. It holds better than the asphalt patch, because there's nothing for the asphalt patch to bond to. But again, those are questions that are legitimate, and when you look at the liability, where do you go? You know, so.
But those are questions we want you to come to us and say, let's put a base in there. That's what I wanna hear. Or we're
Okay.
gonna blacktop it, or whatever.
Well, if
And
I
you say yay or nay.
well, if I was to give you my opinion right now, I'd say either spend a lot more money, do the full depth reclamation like we're doing now, or just rip it up and turn it back to rock for now or for how long.
But if
Yeah.
I'm an individual that lives on that road and they're used to driving that west section, which has so much rock on it, it's
Yeah.
unreal.
Yeah.
What you're gonna pick, a little dust or danger?
Are you asking me? Because I can tell you what I'm gonna hear out there is, I've got people that don't wanna drive on the rock roads because they're dusty, and, you know, but I mean, it's,
Yeah.
when you live in the country, unfortunately, that's one of the side effects to it. But yeah, I mean, it's a difficult decision, but I mean, I would say that I look at, in the big picture, I would say that I wouldn't have a problem, going back and turning it up and, you know, putting it back to by tearing it up and even just ripping it up and incorporating what we have. I think we're gonna do a lot of stuff, and down the road, if and when they wanna do something, go back and, you know, put overlay on top of it or whatever else. But at what point, and there's no one's gonna give you an answer here, is at what point, does it pay to leave it like it is or do something? I mean, all it takes is, God forbid, one accident out there for whatever reason, and, well, you should have fixed that road. Well, then it's gonna come back straight to you. So,
Yes. Do we have any cost figures? That's why I'm here today, is asking, what kind of cost figures can we figure in for a budget to do 3 miles a year? But yet, if we don't have people, I understand that too, because you gotta have people. Or do we go out and figure a price for a contract in 2 or 3 miles a year?
well,
Just contract what a mile is, and then
Yes.
that way we know what the average mile costs.
yeah, and honestly, I would look at it this way: if we could get somebody else to come in and do that, they're gonna be faster and probably not much more than what we would be. But I can also tell you that, say I want you to come in and do a mile, well, your unit cost for a mile compared to 10 miles are gonna be a huge difference too.
Yes, yes.
You know, they're gonna wanna come in, they're gonna wanna do as much as they can because they have to mobilize in. But I can check into just talking to guys that do that around here, and, you know, what would you think? You know, they're gonna wanna know how deep and how wide and stuff like that, but I'll just give them all the same information, just see what they have to say.
Well, I mean,
So-
Worst case scenario, and
It's a wide road
because
right
if it
now.
was good, you wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
I know when the guys did it for the first 10 years I was on, or 15 years, they clear down 12 to 16 inches down and start back up. Then get to the ditches and try to get, whether you could do the ditches or not, but you tried to
Yeah.
get it to drain. And then, but some of them got so wide that when they pulled it back up, it made a ditch.
Sure,
To where
sure.
you get rid of the water.
well, and it's like you said, it comes down to how many people and how much money do I throw at it in comparison while I'm doing that? You know, I'm gonna be spending, you know, per mile, maybe, I'd say maybe we'd be looking at a week and a half, 2 weeks, probably do 3 miles. I mean, give or take. But in the meantime, I'm basically throwing everybody I got out there to
do that.
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I understand that.
yeah, so let me
Okay.
try to get hold of some contractors
Okay.
and see what they have to say, and so.
Okay.
And then the commodities, that's all right, like our ceiling chips and oil and stuff like that. We haven't bought them for this year yet, but it's been pretty consistent in the past at that. We do very well because we order our chips in typically a year ahead of time. So that we get a better haul in the winter time because they come in from northwest Missouri or clear out Colorado. So it's basically a shipping cost either way you go. But if you get that during the winter time, a lot of times this night trucking that does a lot of that, they'll haul the chips in and they'll go get salt and head back east. So like I said, we get them in the winter time so that it makes a world of difference on the haul end.
So what I just gave you was from the work session, like the road recap of potential reconstruction, and then on the second page, it has associated cost per mile. If you wanna go back to rock, if you wanna do a double chip seal, all those, I mean,
Yeah.
that might
And
be.
obviously, there's some of them there that we can,
Is that
you know,
associated cost per mile for us to do it, or is that associated cost for contract?
contract. Well, other than turning back to rock is something that we can do. Obviously, everything else is gonna be a contract overlay or the milling or whatever else, so. But, so,
Just don't have enough room for Dave's boards up there. That's all on
yeah,
there.
so.
You need to get it up there.
Yeah. I guess in order to keep Travis on session here, so, onto the gravel roads. Obviously, the personnel services come from TMA. The contractual services is what we've been putting our rock hauling, our contract hauling. Here, we're setting at $238,000 already, but I did some looking. That included the $50,000 to APM already, the $35,000 for the concrete, crushed concrete lease, as well as the $84,000 payment to the NRCS for that federal work. So out of that entire money, only about $70,000 has gone to trucking so far. And that was mostly bringing in the hard rock to Durham as well as Lincolnville. So again, we really haven't spent much as far as contracting stuff yet, but that's what we've talked about so far, about $50,000 that we're looking at to haul for that stuff. So again, coming down to this decision as to how you want to proceed with that. Do you want to continue the way we're going? Do we want to get different trucks? Do we want to contract haul? That's kind of the whole question, but based on where we are and things like that, you know, obviously I'd like to have more money. Follow down the line with the gravel projects, again, that's the $200,000 we typically have reserved in the past to go towards rebuilds. Again, I don't know what we're gonna get to for rebuilds this year, based on the way things are looking. And then obviously the commodities, you know, trying to haul more rock. You know, if we contract trucks, we'll be able to haul more rock and
But we have to contract to go get the hard rock.
well, yeah, I mean, that's the only way to do that. And again, you know, if that's the case, we can try to bring it in the wintertime again while we're backhauling, you know, the backhauling salt and stuff, but it's still costing us, you know, the $20 to $22 and whatever else per ton,
So
so.
almost rather see it come right in and go down on something,
Well-
because the piles, it's a great idea in theory, but people see those and then wonder why they're not down on that road.
Yep.
They ought to be on a road, so they're not.
Well, and that, you know, brings up the question we talked about before, do you want to just put them on any road, do you want to put them, you know, that's what I'm looking at, is I'd like to put them on the better roads that will perform a little better, but, again, I totally understand, the fact is, I don't know, I hate to guess how many people have went out there with their own truck and loader bucket, and anyway, you know, I've got people asking me about the crushed concrete already. Are you selling that? We can't, you know, unless the commission comes up with a way to do that, but I haven't found that yet, so. So anyway, again, it comes down to the decision you wanna make as far as, you know, contract hauling or whatever else, so, you know, the only other thing I had left was the road and bridge construction, and we've talked about before that, or I should say with the commodities was, 200,000 towards bridge constructions, which we really haven't done in the past couple of years, but I'd really like to try to get more of that done. Like I said, we've got a very good, list of projects we're doing now, but we can always continue to do more, so. So with the 20,000 we put in right now has been some design fees that we put into those items. So, you know, talking with Tina, add another line item or whatever else is, but if we continue for this stuff here, maybe we can make a dedicated line item or whatever else to design costs or whatever else. I mean, I can always speculate what that would be, but I'd like to try to get more of that in-house this next year too, so. But anyway, $26 million and you know, so.
Yeah, but see, you're not just asking for 26 million. You're
Huh?
you're asking for all these other numbers.
Plus the 26, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
So-
Well, you know, I mean.
We're up in the 30s. So.
Yes, well, and unfortunately, that's where we are, you know, they.
Wait a minute, I got a red pen, that 26 million, I'll just take care of that real quick.
Yeah, that.
We didn't get the paper copy.
We didn't get the paper copy yet.
Here you go.
There it is. And for everybody who's wondering why Tina was laughing.
Yes,
That's why I was
yes, yes.
laughing, yeah.
The whiteout or whatever, take a zero off the end, I mean, you know what I'm saying, but.
Now let's be realistic, put a number there.
Well, and again, that's, I'm looking at the fact is, I'm doing whatever I can to try to keep these roads going. You know, we're just out there spot patching. I mean, the guys are back out today. We've got all these roads that are, when they got wet, and now these hot temperatures coming back, all that moisture's coming out, and it's just blowing that stuff right out.
Wait till harvest.
Oh, yeah, yeah, and that's the other thing is, so now you know, you look at the unit cost of what it takes to have these guys to go out and patch this stuff, and it's, is it even a Band-Aid? I mean, it's a, you know, so that's what we're looking at. I mean, it's very discouraging, but I mean, we still have some hope, but we're gonna have to make some pretty hard decisions in the future as far as, do we keep these roads, do we keep them black, do we move them to rock, to whatever the case may be, so. But anyway, and of course, I wish we could get away from these, it's getting to be the norm anymore, is these 6-inch rains. I mean, that used to be the exception, and
Every May.
every May,
Every May, it just depends on how quickly it comes.
yeah, yeah,
Every May, usually there's a 6-inch rain, but
Yeah.
sometimes it's spread over 12 hours.
yeah,
Just remember, a couple of years ago, it was July 4th and
Yeah.
August 2nd.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So it's not just May.
yeah.
So
And
we're not done
unfortunately,
We're not done.
and unfortunately, that just throws a big old cog in everybody's wrench, because now we can't do anything. You know, we're going back to play catch up all the time, and so.
Well, back to the blacktop roads, I really appreciate
Yeah.
the latest strategy, trying to get state cost share and trying to knock out 10 to 20 miles at a time, rebuilding the base,
Yeah.
like this Nighthawk 330th project. That's what I personally like to see done.
Yeah.
And getting some cost share
Yeah,
to be able to get that base done right.
yeah. I am very hopeful that works out, because I think that's a very economical way to do that. Not necessarily, and the fact is that we go back to the double chip seal, but you get that base.
Mhm.
Well, and the other thing is, I actually got a call from another county engineer, and he was asking about that. He did a project with a full depth reclamation. He did not do the micro cracking, which we're required to do. And I said, the other thing is we're requiring a cross slope. And he said, I think that's even better. So the plans are out there to make this thing, you know, a great job. But I think if we can continue to do that process and get these bases straightened out, then our asphalt money goes a lot farther.
Well, you're making progress. Once you
Yeah.
get the base and the drainage,
Yeah,
you've got something to work with.
Yep. So, then we'll get that $26 million.
Then we get the 26 million.
Yep.
What she just handed us was capital improvement. Did you
Yeah,
have
I
that?
had one there for Bryce too.
Oh, sorry. I haven't been
She
sharing.
wasn't in the budget though. What, you didn't present it with the budget?
No, I mean, generally the board kind of
Yeah.
controls this one, so, but this is where I just thought, you know, Scott will talk a lot about this fund with you, but
Right.
this is where the bigger projects are generally done,
Yes.
and it's over time, you generally have built money up and then spent it down in this fund to pay
Right.
outright for projects.
Right,
It's,
that's
but the projects are so expensive now that you're not getting a lot out of doing that anymore. I mean, you're not getting very many projects.
What is our share of the one right now, Nighthawk?
I want to say it's like $800,000-$900,000.
Is it under Maine?
Yeah,
Okay. What else?
she's digging.
I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah.
And so some of these projects, you know, and this kind of discussion will be with Scott as well, but, and I'm gonna try to make sure that he's gonna need to know, and you all need to know as you go forward, what we've already committed to in this year, and,
Yeah.
She say we've been committed?
She was very clear about that.
Mm.
I will just tell the board, this 3 to 5 million that you see in this here for the, is where we've tried to stay, but anytime we're above 3, we usually try coming up with a project that does something for us. And so we're getting there again. And I'd hate to see us not be planning on something in one of our roads in our county.
right. So you have, let's see, the capital improvement fund.
I've seen this one drop to 1.7 and 8 at one time after a project, and it takes a while, but we'd like to build it back up, and it's getting up there again, so.
Yeah, and I had given this to you a
Yep.
couple months back with the current balance at the time, expected revenue during the year. If we make all our transfers by the end of the year, we should have $6.06 million in there. And then so far, this, the 330th and Nighthawk projects, the estimated county share, I put at $1 million. So then we have
And I think this is
estimated
where,
$5 million
I think
left.
we as commissioners are responsible to, not to have a golden egg, but to have a little egg. And we should stay, you know, we've got something here to look toward the project, and maybe it won't cover all of it. Maybe we could put some of it on a lease or something like that, but get some of this spent down for a road improvement or something.
Well, that's in the
I don't
condition
think
of
we
the
can
roads.
do
warrant
we can't
spending
do,
some of
we can't
that.
do a lease on a road project.
No.
No.
Unless
we
you,
have
unless
the
you
loan.
could get, unless you get a loan
Unless we
through
have
like
the loan.
like the
Well,
camp
yeah,
road.
We
yeah.
had the loan.
Right, but they're not offering those
Right.
anymore.
Yeah.
That one was a kind of a one-off. You
Yeah.
could do a bond.
Yeah. The other
Bond's
thing,
about the only one.
Yeah.
yeah, the other thing about the money is, when you go to a project, economics of scale says if you throw more tons out there, the better unit price you're gonna get, but again, you have a bigger total, so it's,
Yeah.
either way you go, so. Anyway, I realize I've given you guys an awful lot of
Okay.
information, and I don't wanna get Travis mad at me.
Take your time.
He
Take
only,
your
he only
time.
needs 5 minutes.
I don't need much.
Okay,
Mine's
okay.
not near as deep as
Okay, well, that way you
yours,
can have a
so.
bigger, longer lunch, so. But anyway, I mean, an awful lot of information. You guys have a very busy next 2 days. Feel free to give me a call, text, email, stop by, whatever else, if you have any questions about this, because you have to try to turn all this back around and talk Monday and Tuesday with Scott or whatever it is, so.
Once
So-
these are all plugged in, we'll have a lot better idea
Sure,
where we wanna go.
yeah.
Well, and if there's a chance for you all to look at the potential proposed project list and then look at it in conjunction with the budget, then maybe you can actually set a plan as far as, you know, what's feasible to try to accomplish.
That's a good idea.
What's the average time for one of our blacktop roads? I mean, once you do one, what are you expecting out of it? 20 years? 10 years?
Well, it depends on what you're working with and what you do.
Right.
Now, we overlaid 90th last year, and that was 250,000, but they were going right by there. That road with the base it is, I would probably expect reasonable wear in 3 to 5 years. After that, going downhill. The problem is, it's very, very difficult to determine what the loads are gonna be, what the weather's
Right.
gonna be, and everything else to affect that. A 2-inch is a significant overlay. Now, we did, instead of going with a profile, now we just did a nominal 2-inch. So we added 2 inches across the entire roadway, whether it went like this, whatever. The ideal situation is to go back and do that and then put the crown back on top of it so that the water's getting off there. But again, every time you make a pass, that costs you money. For instance, I'm hoping with this full depth reclamation that we can keep up on the chip seals, and again, depending on traffic and weather, 5 to 8 years. But at least it gives us something to work off down the road.
You're talking 5 to 8 years, you're talking $26 million amount to handle all the roads we have. So running at 10%, so once every 10 years, $2.6 million. We're behind.
Oh yeah, big time.
We can't even go a 10-year plan.
Right. And that's where I've said, we, unfortunately, with the budgets and everything else I face, we keep saying, well, we'll just reduce this. We keep kicking the can down the road. Well, now we're to the point where we're either missing the can or we're kicking the can off the road.
So the obvious answer, nobody's gonna like to hear, but there's gonna be a few roads that just need to go back to rock. They just have to. There isn't enough, we can't
Yeah.
revolve to
Wait.
catch those.
At present, budget and taxes, correct. Now, if and again, just throwing this out there, that, if this Father Capon thing increases the tax revenue or whatever else, there could be money there, but again, there's no guarantee, and whatever else too, but or a significant industry or whatever it is, Marion County is not unlike every other county in the state. They're facing more and more expenses with less people and less income. And so where are you?
John, that Pilsen Road was redone. We took some money from somewhere, I don't remember which one we took it from, but a couple $100,000 put in there, but we rebuilt that road and then chip and sealed it. You can see,
I think it was my window money.
That's what I wasn't gonna mention it, but I thought I would just slip that in a little bit, but
That's only been chip sealed for,
two double chip sealed, and I don't know if it's been done twice or once.
but I mean, the last time it was only, 3 years ago?
Has it been since you've been here?
Yeah.
Okay, but it was rebuilt before you.
Right.
And done, and what, I was getting a lifetime for you to look at that is getting close to 8 to 10 years,
Yeah.
I'm saying.
And it's
But if we don't do something again, we're gonna lose it.
Well, and we're at that point now, especially around like 230th. The water's been over the road so many times, you can just see that daily and weekly having issues.
I was
So,
there at the cracker plant, so I've seen it.
yeah.
But I was trying to give you a time frame that's been a rebuild where we pulled the rock out and put rock
And
in.
if I-
Then black.
If I remember right, they did not use any cementitious material, that
No,
was just.
no, that's just a
incorporate what
rebuild
we
with
had.
our own graders, own machines.
Okay, and that's what we're hoping with this here, that will firm that base up and make it even more different, so. But again, it comes down to the fact is that, putting it back with our own forces, and I'm sure it probably wasn't, sloped to begin with. Again, when you go back with what you got, and you don't get rid of the water off the top, you're right back to where you are.
But
so.
whenever we did one of those, we figured so many ton per mile,
Right,
and
Yeah.
to add with what we have.
right,
Yeah.
so. Okay. Anything else? See, Travis is so excited, I better get him over here, so. No?
Is there a unspoken list of roads that are the ones that we recommended to go back to gravel?
That's a good way to put it, unspoken.
Well,
Indigo?
sometimes you get run out of town when you speak on which road you're thinking about.
Well, I'm not going to talk about commissioners' roads, but there's one of them there that could be, you know.
We'll talk about that one. That one's got the best base of any of them.
Okay.
So if you're talking about starting over, that one's got the best base.
Yeah. You know.
Well, I mean, we're not gonna just go rip it up to rip it up. I'm just saying, if that road gets to the point where it needs to be redone, it's on the list to not get redone.
Yeah. Well, and again, those are, I mean, based on traffic volumes, you
And I
know.
wasn't talking about a specific road.
Right.
I was just saying in general.
You just look at traffic volumes all over the place. I mean, obviously, the only road is one of them, but how about Kansas from 56 to 190th? I mean, there's all those people living on there, but it doesn't really carry enough traffic to warrant that.
Every Sunday.
Well, and again, but I mean, that's one of those things, but you look at like Limestone getting into Tampa. Now, that one there could probably justify because you're going to an elevator. You know, that's gonna pick up a lot more. What about going to Ramona, Quail Creek? You know, we put a substantial amount of money in that last year, just getting it, and some of those patches are breaking up as well. So, you know, and you look at the road from Lost Springs over to Quail Creek. Again, that's what I was saying. You know, I showed you that traffic map that anywhere from that 175 to 225, 250 is the break. Well, almost all of our roads are right at that point. You know, and you got the same thing going to Pilsen. You know, other than there wouldn't be a lot of traffic other than, you know, going to the church. But again, those are all, you know, questions that are. And you look at the traffic volume from Peabody West on 60th to Timber to 40th. That's a school bus route. So if you were to turn around and put that back to Rock, then you're dealing with a school bus driving all that way,
Right.
all season roads. You know, you look at Old Mill going south. It goes into paved road in Butler County. Well, it's the same thing that Ken said. You know, we used to have Diamond that was paved. It went up to you get to Dickinson, it's paved. So it again, there's just so many things out there that.
And, you know, traffic count in itself is a little bit blindsided at this point because of the size and weight of the vehicles that are being counted.
Well, there is a lot of credence to that. The information that KDOT does with those counters does have a formula to figure that stuff. Like,
Okay.
for instance, if you just take a 2-axle car across there, it's only 2. But if you take a semi, you've got 5 axles or whatever else. They do take that into consideration. They also have what they call an ESAL, which is basically the weight of the axles that goes across there. Effective something. But anyway, determines those axle loads. If worst comes to worst, whatever else, they can actually come out and physically watch the vehicles for a couple hours and then make a determination to that. But like I said, that's what you face is.
Well, and another determination is what kind of infrastructure or what kind of, would be along that road. Is it just all residential?
Yeah.
Or is it residential in churches, or is it residential in schools?
And like I
That
said,
makes a difference too.
And I can guarantee you, across Marion County, across the state, across the nation, some of the worst roads you'll ever find are going to and from elevators. Plain and simple. Most of the time that they're driving there, it's in the middle of the summer, and they just weight-wise, they're loaded for gangbusters because they got to get there as soon as they can. And then in the wintertime, you know, I say later in the year, they'll be headed too, but that's when you have a lot of colder weather times too. So they just kill the roads, and unfortunately but yeah, like I said, it's definitely a big decision, but I will follow up with those costs, what, you know, contractors would say to come in and tear these up and turn it back to rock and whatever else, so. But You guys have a deer in the headlights. So.
No, it's just, it's a problem that needs fixed.
So, alrighty. Again, if you guys have any questions or whatever else, please let me know. I want to do whatever I can to be part of the solution and see what I can do. Take away the red pens.
I'll get them back on time, bro.
Oh, yeah, okay, good.
Yep.
So you can get there by lunchtime?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Thank
Bruce.
you. Thanks, Bruce.
5 minutes?
Well, we'll go a little longer now, probably.
Now we're moving into ambulance department.
Okay, a little bit of department business before we jump into
Okay.
the budget. August of last year, with some help, I put in a request for funding from Enel Power Group. They supplement some costs, some money for projects. What we looked at was 4 AEDs, no-touch thermometers, SpO2. This was in the height of COVID, right? So, and a first response first aid kit. And what I was looking at was Durham, Ramona Center School District. We have volunteers up there that are a long ways from their ambulance, but they can be there before the ambulance arrives. And totaled around $7,700. And I was notified Wednesday last week, I believe, that I received that money. There is, I believe I'm on the agenda next week. I'll get that form ready and let you guys look over that and get a signature off on that, and they can get that funding to us. So I think it's great. We can get some funding and put those things, as well as putting one in the supervisor SUV. We have some stuff in there, but this will supplement that as well. So good things happening there. So we'll thank Enel for their assistance in that. So any other department stuff, questions, comments?
You just mentioned it, and what I'm seeing, Travis, is in your supervisory, your secondary supervisory
Yes, sir.
position, just some leadership there, maybe to roads and stuff in our county, so that when the call comes, they don't go directly, figure out the best way to get there and stuff like that. I'm just knowing that there are new people to our county. I
Yeah.
haven't seen nobody that I recognize.
Sure.
And so I want to get them acquainted with our
Yeah.
with our road system
Sure.
somehow, so that when that call comes in, that they don't go down like some of our ambulances did due to our new people.
Right.
I mean, it's just
Well,
something we got to do.
Yeah, absolutely, Randy, and we do work on that. We have, we've put together a new employee plan. What
Okay.
we do when they come in, they do map studies, learning streets of the towns, things of that nature. Obviously, if they're going from Marion to Florence, they have a little time to look for Barker Street, right?
Right.
But if they're coming right into Marion, they need to know which
Yeah.
side they're on, things of that nature. As far as that supervisor position, I think I know where you're at on the one item that got probably brought up to a couple of commissioners, but we're rotating people through that supervisor thing. It'll be a full-time, a regular assigned position sometime in 2022. We're rotating through now to see how that's, if they want it, if they're good at it, gives me some
Okay.
time to evaluate them.
Cool.
We did get one stuck, and I took care of it with a tractor. The person had been to that address before, however, well, not that address, they were going to the address the same patient was at earlier, got caught en route that it was a different address, went a half mile down a rock road and it turned to mud. The ditches had just been pulled, so it was pretty
Yeah,
touchy.
no,
but-
I'm not talking about any
Okay.
particular. I just see different people, what I'm seeing,
Yep.
meeting me.
Sure.
And realizing that these people don't know our county.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
unless we do.
Another issue we had is the map that was presented to us that they get as a new employee, and we have hanging on the wall at the stations of the county, provided by Road and Bridge, has red marks.
Yeah.
The red marks are the roads you want to be on. And that goes against what
Yeah.
my employees were thinking.
Yeah.
So they avoided a
Red
really,
lines.
they've avoided a really good road to go down one that wasn't marked red. So we got that
Color coordinated.
straightened out, yeah, so they understand now. So no, we're certainly working on that, sir.
Yeah,
So-
thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet. I hope you have your red pen because I do need a little help. I spoke with Cherry this morning before the meeting and would like to make a change here, but I assume you reviewed or had the chance to look at my budget. And again, we work hard to save money on both contractual commodity, any ways that we can save money, we should try to, in the hopes of funding larger purchases without increasing taxes. So really what my little blurb there in 2022, I'd like to add the Lucas devices to our A1 and A6 in Peabody and Tampa. And then the power load system, looking at one power load, again, that's 20,000. And if you look at the capital outlay, that pretty well lines up with those numbers. With that, what I like, and so that's my little blurb, but we'll go down in order. And where I like the red pen is under personnel services. After talking with Cherry and what's projected, the unknown side of the pay plan, those things, I would like to add an additional 56,000 to that to make it 1.1.
1.1.
Just as a safety net. I sure hate for a decision to be made by the board and then I can't cover it. So if I could change that, that's what I would ask for.
Can you do that?
I wrote it on here.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. Contractual, you can see we're doing pretty good for the year. I don't see any reason to decrease that. If we don't spend it, I'm not asking for an increase for sure. So training and education, I want to keep that where it's at. We're going to work harder on getting our people to training classes outside. There's a lot of value to sending people away and bringing good information back. So I'd like to see us really step that up in 2022. We have some time yet this year, and obviously we budgeted for it. If we can get some things, COVID sure slowed that down, but as there's more stuff available, I'd like to get our people out seeing some stuff. So, and commodities, I feel we're doing pretty good there. But again, if you look over the history, we're trending downward. Prices of things, the unknown, I would sure hate to cut that. So I've asked that they remain the same as 2021 as well. Capital outlay, you see this year we have, for 2021, we have 100,000. I have monitors to buy by the end of the year. I'll talk to you about that next week at the meeting. I'll get some hard prices on that. And if you remember, that is an FDA requirement. I really don't have a choice. They gave us a deadline to have those 3 monitors replaced. So I'll get some hard numbers on that and present next week. But again, we're going to take that from 100,000. We'll reduce that down to 40 because that's really the ballpark of where I'm going to be spending for 2022. Ambulance replacement and director vehicle replacement. I'm not sure why these look like they do.
Okay, I can give you some
Okay,
information on
that's
that
great.
because I just went and pulled the budget. So we have split this out on our budget, but not on the accounting. So
Okay, sorry.
it's okay. So on the ambulance replacement, that $54,289 is a lease purchase payment on an ambulance that we already have replaced. In the budget, we also had $120,000 on the ambulance replacement line item. And the director vehicle, so that second line should be the ambulance vehicle replacement line. So each year what we do on that is we build that up by a certain amount. So we had gotten to 120,000. I think your goal is like 180. Oh, 200,000.
Yeah, 220 was my plan, but
Yeah, so this in our budget, it says the goal is 200,000. So generally what we do is we try to add a certain amount to that each year to build that to where you can purchase an ambulance outright.
okay.
And then there's nothing in the budget for the replacement, for the director's vehicle, because you already bought it. And
Correct.
so that, there's not a separate line item in our budget for that
Okay.
at the moment, and on the report.
Okay,
So that's why it looks kind of funny.
all right. So I believe this will be our last payment, Tina. Those are on the 2 ambulances that were purchased at
The
once.
54,000?
Yes. I believe this year finishes that, 2021 finishes that. I budgeted, and that was under, because it did say ambulance replacement.
Right.
I put the 80 there, looked at the 120 on the line under it, and I would like to purchase an ambulance in 2022. With me adding the 1 power load, I have an ambulance that has a power load that would then move to a volunteer truck. The only one then that wouldn't, because the ambulance comes with a power load in it, the only one that wouldn't have one would be the reserve unit or backup unit.
What's a power load?
There's a power cot, you go up to the
Loader.
back and
Loader.
it picks it up
Excuse me.
and saves our backs. So, but again, that's kind of what my planning there was. And then I would like to put, and 10,000 might be a little aggressive now, but the plan with my replacement vehicle and then that went to a supervisor unit was for, Tina, correct me, was it 5 years was the original intent to keep like the
I
director
think
vehicle?
so, yeah.
What I'd like to do is move those down and keep them for 4 years. So I would have this one for 4 years, it would go down, and at 8 years, it would then be replaced, and just keep moving them down. And so I would like to put 10,000 in, we could call it SUV replacement. Because we have one over in Gossel, we may need other places, they may be 8 years old with 90 or 100,000 miles on them, but they're still certainly good enough for using as a first response vehicle in smaller communities. So that's why I would ask the funding be continued, same as the ambulance, to build that up over a 4-year period. Tina?
Just clarification.
Okay.
What are you trying to put on the ambulance replacement this year?
This year is 80,000.
Yeah, but you budgeted 120 last year, so you need to increase it. So you're wanting to add 80,000 to it and make it 200,000?
200,000.
Okay.
Is that what you're?
Correct.
Okay.
Unless
And
you're
that's,
planning on spending it
well, and
right
that's,
now, then it would be lower, right?
No, he wants to spend it in 2022.
22.
Oh, not 21.
So again, it's the verbiage or the way this flows is in my head. And I get it, Tina. I look, there's 120, I add 80, I have 200. But
Yeah, but you need to actually budget the 200 because
Okay.
that's how much you would spend. So that's increasing your budget by that amount.
Okay.
I like seeing what
So we're
your thought
taking,
process of what you're doing, but that's not how it works.
so we're taking the 54,289 out because you won't need that in 22.
In 22, correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
And then you're adding the 80 to the 120 to make
Make it
200,
200 total.
and then you're adding an additional 10 for the director.
That is my request, yes.
Before you start on that question.
Okay.
Which is not puzzle.
Yeah, I'm good.
You're good? Okay, I've got a question. Now, again, from beginner's point. So Travis has reserve funds, the 120,000 is already there, right?
In this
From last
year.
year, or from this year.
Yeah.
Well, we
And
hope by
so-
the end of the year
so-
it's still there.
So his goal is to have 200,000 next year. So on the budget, we put 200,000 that he's going to spend,
Right.
but not 200,000 that he's going to raise.
Well, that's correct, because if you have cash at the end of this year, it carries forward as a beginning resource.
The 120 just carries as cash.
Right, but I thought the budget number is what you calculate your mill levy for what you're going to raise.
That's true, because
Yeah,
whatever,
Minus cash forward.
okay, so the way it works is that whatever resources you have
Right.
at the beginning,
Mhm.
you put that there. Any other income that is available, that's not tax dollars, you put
Right.
that in.
Right.
You put all your expenditures in,
Yes.
and whatever the shortage is what the tax dollars that you need to
That's
levy.
what goes toward the mill levy.
Yes,
Okay.
okay.
Basic, simple question.
No, it's, I mean,
I
does
thought
that
the
make
budget was
sense?
what you guys,
Doesn't-
yeah, I know
does.
there's carryover funds.
Hey,
Yeah, some of them
Daddy,
do, and then you
Okay.
always have to make sure that you budget for the full amount of whatever the expenditure is, so that
Expenditure.
you have authority to spend it. And if you don't have the money, say you don't get as much revenue as you expect,
Right.
you can't spend it if you don't
Gotcha.
have it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Basic 101.
I'm with you.
I didn't know the formula. Okay.
I guess we can speak a little bit about building real quick and then come back to the other one, but, obviously, we're moving forward with a building. You know, we're really around that 480,000. We had 200,000 allotted and for 2021. I don't know how we were gonna pay the rest of it. It was gonna be done in 2021.
You was gonna get along.
I'm gonna get a loan, that's it.
Yeah.
I'll just, a percentage of my paycheck.
Yes, there you go.
Commissioner Donkey. So, but my intent would be again to continue a fund for general maintenance of, like we had the air conditioner out here.
So you need to add that 20,000 to whatever the loan payment would be. Because that's gonna be subtracted every year, and so you need to keep that carryover on top of that, so.
Right.
So you need the 20,000 on top of whatever that loan payment is.
Okay, so the board hadn't really made a decision on
Right.
the funding of the building or how they were gonna do it, so, if
Don't know if they still
you,
have.
depending on what money he has left, you might be able to pay it just out of 2 years' worth of budget, you know.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna do a lease purchase, that's correct, you do need to put that, make sure that payment's in there, and you need to take some action on that here pretty soon, as far as how you wanna fund it.
We have enough to buy the building package, what we've already approved, right? We've already approved the building package, the
Correct.
material.
Material correct. Out of 2021's budget.
And it didn't exceed 200,000, so safe there. Now, yeah, to finance the rest of it.
And again, that was the question. I mean, we, like Tina said, we never really nailed it down other than we approved to move forward with it. We never got down to the brass tacks of how it's gonna be paid. I thought COVID money would work well.
American Rescue Plan.
Infrastructure.
Yeah,
It
they,
is. Yeah,
No?
we've already found out that's not,
It doesn't work for a road, so I didn't hear anything about it.
yeah, we don't know about ambulance building.
Tina's gonna tell you no.
Nope.
yeah, I don't believe so.
But storage with it.
She didn't say no.
She said she didn't think so, but.
That's infrastructure.
So, yeah.
That is
And whatever
something we
money
need
comes
to
from
add
there.
to an agenda in the next 30 days.
Well, and I'm on agenda next week if you guys, I know that's quick, but if we think of funding,
What's
how
the-
we wanna do it.
What's the general feeling right now of the board?
Lease purchase.
Yeah, I mean,
How else you gonna do it?
3
What's
years.
your other alternative?
Well, you just heard you might be able to spend.
Well,
some.
yeah, but we don't know.
We don't know, but.
I think that might be a good setup.
Still could, still have a plan to back up that, I mean, no matter what.
Why couldn't you pull it out of capital?
Could.
And Tina and I
That-
talked.
Okay, so the capital improvement fund was set up specifically for roads.
Oh, okay.
It's not set up to do other kinds of building projects, and there was a resolution attached to it.
Okay.
So that one needs to stay
Okay.
for road
The
projects.
mill increase goes to, and there's a statute for the mill increase. That's what it was designed for. For roads.
Okay,
Yeah.
just to designate that we're going to levy this many mills per year to be transferred into this fund to be used for.
Okay, gotcha.
Now there's nothing saying that you couldn't put the amount of money in this budget that for 2022, that you feel like you would need to pay for finalizing the building project. And that would
One
raise
time.
the mill levy rate in this fund for 1 year.
1 year.
Because, we're already in June and we haven't started.
Right. Well, and we're projecting completion in October. That's
You
projected.
could bump it. You could bump it in completion in
Well-
January and pay your second payment in January and be done.
yeah.
Just,
Again, and Tina knows the funds as well as anybody in the room, and I don't disagree, we had looked at that, and we cash carried over enough last year. And I mean, we had a good safety net, which is what I believe in, but I feel we may do that again this year.
Yeah, I think so too, and if
And there
we
might be
do,
enough
then you
there
may
for-
have cash that you could put more towards the building this year without raising the mill levy, but you'd
Exactly.
have to actually republish that fund and hold a hearing on it to be able to increase your spending allowance.
Okay.
Yeah, so it needs to be evaluated as we go through the rest of this year a little bit more. But we definitely would wanna have a lease purchase in place if we're gonna do a lease purchase by October. I mean, I would think, if that's the way you wanna go.
Sort of a safety point then, we've got 180,000 that we don't know where it's coming from, right? The
At
200,000 we
least,
know
yeah.
that we've got coming for the purchase. We've already spent some for the building package.
No, we haven't spent any. I mean, you've approved it, but
Approved
we
it.
haven't seen a bill.
I have the
We haven't
bill.
paid for it.
It'll be turned in.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a bill coming in.
It's coming,
Yeah,
right around the corner.
Mhm.
What I see is maybe 200,000 that we could either plan, go ahead and pick up a lease purchase for maybe 100,000 of that if the rest of it come out of, for the leftover.
So you're saying budget in another 200 and then make a final,
You could budget it in. I'm thinking budget in 100,000.
and leaving that 180-ish out
Yeah,
there.
yeah, maybe. Or at least
we're looking
purchase.
at a 480.
Right, we would increase from 200 to 300 if he
Yeah.
has his 100,000.
We got
We're looking
280 to go. It's
We're
480.
looking at
isn't it?
480, so
Yeah,
another
excuse me.
180,000.
Yeah, excuse me.
So that's what
I'm-
I'm saying.
I'm
I think we're gonna be a
hurt.
little shy.
Yeah, we
Yep,
probably
yeah, a little
are.
shy.
We'd have to put in a 280 this year to, or not this year, 2022.
To pay for it
to-
outright.
To cover one payment here and one payment there.
Unless you amend the current year budget and bump it up based on the amount of money he has to spend.
Which again, we would know as we go.
Yeah, we don't know quite yet.
Right, right. 'Cause we're not-
But we do
We do
know,
have
the thing we
monitors.
do know, Travis,
Yes.
is where we started the year versus where we expected to start the year.
Right.
Safest-
So, we know that.
Safest thing would be go look for a 3-year lease purchase.
Minimum.
I think we've got enough to do it in about 2 years, but
Yeah, of course, if you do end up going to a lease purchase, it's a capital purchase, so you think about the lifetime of your building and you wouldn't necessarily have to or wanna do it in a short time. I
No,
mean,
you
that's up
could
to
go
you,
over.
but.
at the current rate that we have, it looks like we're able to do it in 3 years. We just don't, the project's not gonna last 3 years, so we gotta get them paid.
Yeah, gotta get it paid sometime.
We can do a little
There's
bit more
my-
analysis of where we are right now with your budget.
Sure.
Need to do some September.
Well, and again,
It's gonna be done soon.
so I didn't add it to the 200 because I figured that 200 would be spent this year, but I would like, and 20 is probably heavy. I could make that 10,000 a year towards building maintenance, whether that be paint for the station, whether that, whatever we need, gravel in our driveway. I think we need to have some funding there that continues. If it builds up to a nice safety net, just like you should have for your home, then we can stop putting it in there. But I think for now,
Bryce didn't tell you that gravel, is part of that 26 million.
oh, he's gonna do my lot too, so. And then, there's 26,000 for rescue services.
I'd like to have a little discussion on this item here.
And this, we have paid out in this year. I'm not quite sure why it's not showing up on your report as paid, because we did. Didn't we already do that?
I have not seen anything come through my office, but I generally don't.
Was that last year already?
But I believe that to be correct. I know they scrambled at the end of last year.
Okay.
But again, that all never comes through my office.
For the new customers or new commission here, this 26,000 was set up to pay for an ambulance rig when we have a county provided rescue unit. And that was the budget for that, which, if you remember, we had an old, I don't know where it's at, Florence right now, and it's
Right.
a yellowish colored truck set up with rescue equipment, stuff like that. So this commissioner sitting here have been on a lot of wrecks on Highway 50, and the people that run it was fantastic people. I mean, they were superb people. We learned a lot from them because we didn't have rescue equipment back then. So then over the time, each unit started getting rescue equipment through each fire department and whatever that department could afford. And so then it was still, we were sitting here waiting for the county to get it on scene and everything. So when I come here to the county commissioner, I proposed a plan to set up a division of this money to departments. Well, Shelley said, I don't care what you do, Shelley Becker, she was an emergency or dispatch, says all it says I have to have is one ambulance answer when I call out for a unit, whether it be in Tampa and come clear to Peabody, or whether it be in Peabody and go clear to Tampa. Well, she come up with a plan with the fire departments where we had 4 primary units at that time, and then the rest of them was secondary units. The primary units was supposed to be able to put out a unit with the rescue equipment 24/7. That was the criteria for that rescue. And if I state anything wrong, you tell me that from what the contract is. So that happened. The fire departments got together, and there was 4 primaries come up. That was Hillsborough, Marion, Peabody, and who's the 4th?
Florence.
Florence was the 4th one at that time, wasn't it? Yes, okay, Florence was. So that was the primary units. Then the rest of the volunteer units was secondary units to that. So the fire chiefs themselves come up with so much money to go to the primaries, and they made a vote on it to, out of this 26,000, they would put so much money towards supposed to have been rescue equipment. Well, we went around once going through the 4 primaries and put some rescue equipment on. Then we went around again since then, and some of the secondaries got some equipment. But here lately, some of the equipment they're getting is not for rescue. It's for flares and things. It's different stuff. And so I guess what we need to do is determine how much money we want to continue with that program, how we want to direct that money, and what the criteria is that they can purchase with this money for rescue. Because they think it's just 26,000 given to them, period. They don't remember the original contracts. They don't remember how it was originally
Yeah, the first, I think, 2 years I was on, actually a department head or something would come and request money out of that fund.
Yes, yes.
I think for the last time it was for a boat.
Yeah, yeah. And so, but that was, well, that's rescue, that's still rescue.
Right.
And stuff. But some of the other department heads, other fire departments thought it was ludicrous. They was criticizing another department, but yet that department was wanted. They have an accident. I mean, we had a car right off of Indigo the other day.
This
in
is
the water.
My.
Now, give me your take.
Okay, the only real input I have to this is, it's in my budget. It's budgeted to the taxpayer as EMS budget. What I must provide as EMS is vehicle extrication per state board of EMS. I either have to have an agreement with the local fire department, or I must have the equipment and personnel to provide vehicle extrication. Where it gets cloudy is when we start using the word rescue. There's high angle rescue, there's confined space rescue, there's low angle rescue, there's water rescue. We use the word rescue truck, and it encompasses everything. Again, it's your guys' direction how that money's spent. Commissioner Dalkey brought it up. What I'm going to say is what is required of my department is to provide vehicle extrication.
And that's
by the state board of EMS.
That's what why we went around with we bought all new battery operated rescue units, and because some of the older ones that the departments had was hydraulic at that time.
Sure.
And have a motor on the vehicle, and then you have to have hoses and stuff like that, where the battery operated ones was so easier, but sometimes they don't work quite as strong as the the hydraulic ones and stuff like that. But that's where it's been, and it's got out of line lately. And you know, I'm not here just to dictate or anything like that, but we either need to dedicate this money strictly back to vehicle rescue. I hate to use that, extrication, vehicle extrication, where it was supposed to, and then figure out if we don't have primary units, because I know Peabody's unit don't respond all the time anymore. So I don't know if they are disqualified or who sets this up.
Yeah, I haven't dug into that. I mean, I can.
Yeah. And Florence, I don't know, they tried most of the time, but I don't know whether they've got people. So
Sure.
The primary units that I see usually respond is Hillsborough, number one. They respond all the time. And two would be Marion, and they've had some trouble a couple times, but I think they've pretty well got somebody on their city crew or something
Sure.
that does. So I think it's been out here just lackadaisical for the last few years, and I want to see it directed to something so we all know, and it's not a gimme. It's come in and ask just what you said, Ken.
Yeah, but am I wrong, Tina? Doesn't each one of the fire districts have a special equipment fund as part of their budget?
I don't know that all of them do,
Okay.
Yeah.
but.
The ones I've been around.
Yeah.
And have used that money to buy
Some stuff. Yeah.
rescue type equipment.
Yeah. So what are you saying, Ken? Are you saying that you think we should kick some of the load back to them, or continue with?
Well, I
this?
just don't, I don't know, because the only experience I've had is one department coming in and saying they wanted this for a rescue boat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I can't remember, has there been anybody else in the last couple of years?
Well, when there was both chiefs, Mike and Ben usually come together, but Ken up at North, Lester, and did Mark come in with him? No, I don't think so. Matt, maybe.
What has been in the past few years is the Chiefs Association
Yeah.
gets together, they come up with what their request is going to be, and then one person carries that.
Yeah, but they don't. They're not here. Then they think it's going to be used for everything, and that's what needs to change. It needs to, so that we can give some.
Yeah, I'm not advocating
Yeah.
taking it out of the budget.
Right.
I think it's needed, but, you know, I'm like, you, I'm thinking jaws of life, not a breather to go into a fire.
Right.
Or
Right.
something to save me, not to them.
Right. For
Not,
that.
not safety equipment for the.
That type of
firemen.
equipment comes from the owner of the district or the funders of the district.
I want a jaws of life,
Yeah,
or
Right.
big saw, you know,
yeah,
I don't know what you call it.
which is vehicle extrication.
Yeah.
So I guess that's what I'm asking for, is to get this clarified, what the board wants, and Travis.
You just want to change the name. That'd be the simplest.
Yeah.
Take rescue out of
Well,
it.
I think you
I
would need a
didn't-
new motion as far as
Yeah.
to approve what you're gonna fund and what it's gonna be for, just for clarity, so it can be in the minutes and it can be visible in writing for
Yeah.
these.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's what you guys want to do with it. It's in my budget. I don't control it. But again, the fact is,
What you've got to do.
what I have to do, and that's, I just perfectly clear, is provide vehicle extrication. And we do that with an agreement, and I have no problem with any of the departments.
Right.
Randy, I haven't seen any of them not show up when they've been called, but that's, again, you may be talking a little different time frame
Right.
than since I've been here. I have no problem with any of the departments and the service they provide us. To your point, I guess I would agree with you that things should be for vehicle extrication, not high-angle boat
Right.
that's not
And I
required
would think
to.
No, a
that
boat
the-
could be considered a vehicle. So there you go. That's a shade.
If they're rescuing someone from a vehicle that's in the, is
Water.
that considered vehicle extrication?
So what about a boat that's flipped over? So I mean, there's a lot
Well,
of gray
a
area.
vehicle that ran off the road
Right.
and won't wind up in the water,
We
the
know
boat
that.
would still be vehicle extrication.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So,
I'm just doing my best to answer.
Well, and I think that's
question.
probably why it was initially
It's
put
not a
in
good answer.
the
Yes,
ambulance
that's-
budget.
But we don't need to find another
And
one.
to whoever made the point of it's being budgeted for EMS, you know, that it probably should be focused to what the statute.
the reason why they come up with the 4 was to cover the county and spread it out so that it helped with the time frame that ambulance, or that the rescue equipment could get to a wreck.
Sure.
That's what it was spread out for, because, and the person, like I said before, the persons that run the Marion rescue truck, all the years that they come down, helped us on Highway 50. It was very expedient, very experienced people, and we appreciated it a lot, but we stood there a lot waiting on some equipment, things like that too.
Another option would be, if you wanna keep it more broad, would be to move it to the general fund and take that $26,000 out of the ambulance budget.
And to where we run it. But we gotta make sure that we satisfy what he has to do.
Right.
And again, I think if you're providing them some funding to keep fresh batteries to upgrade equipment for extrication purposes,
It's,
and they continue to provide that service for us, then we've met our obligation. per
right, and
statute.
it's good to have it in there, because then it shows that you're meeting your
Absolutely. Yeah,
obligation of that statute.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the reason, you know, the reason why the 26,000 was in there for that was because it funded that yellow truck.
Right.
That's what it did, it funded that, and there was people that was paid to be on call for it at that time.
Right.
When the rest of the county was not being paid to be on call.
Correct.
So there's been a good use for it, but I want to keep it straight and narrow to where it's going. Whether the commission move it to the general and keep it under control and do that, or just whatever the commission feels. I'm just trying to give you information on the background of it.
But I did put it in the budget as it has been.
Yeah, yes.
It's for you
Right.
guys to,
Right.
I know where you're headed, I think, so.
So,
But yeah, so that, all in all, is my budget. So, request, thank you.
just the building is a big fund right here that we gotta get something going.
And I don't-
Figure out what we wanna do.
If you wanna go to the back page of mine, and you see where we're at actual versus budgeted, I think there'll be enough.
Well,
I have $100,000 to spend on monitors. It's a big ticket item. Aside from that, it's my payroll, and if everything stays in line, we're at $444,000 halfway through the year. I have a budget of 1.7. We should be able to
should be.
take
Yeah,
care
but
of
you
that,
also
I
would
would
need to
think.
look at the cash,
Do I?
look at the actual cash,
Right.
not just the.
Sure, I understand. And then I guess the bad news is that nationwide, good news, bad news, I don't know how you wanna look at it, post the depths of the COVID pandemic, we're looking at 10 to 15% decrease in EMS volume across the country. Obviously,
Affects your actual cash.
volume
Right.
affects what I bring in, and I believe, Tina and I didn't look that close at it, but I believe we
I
generally
looked at it.
budget around 500,000
Yeah.
coming in, and we usually do a fair amount better than that, around the 700,000 range, so there again is 200,000.
That's why there's a little bit of extra cash sitting there.
There's a
So,
cushion.
I did look at that,
Okay,
and right now I think we're at 274 after May,
okay,
so
yeah, it's not gonna be.
it's down a little bit.
Yeah, our numbers are down,
Yeah.
and they, a recent meeting, they compared this to 2008. You start looking at financial reasons, and it really, it doesn't make sense, but they can trend and project volume of calls, and they can go back into 2008, and they're projecting a downturn. We've already seen the beginning of it, but it'll come back. You wouldn't think, but they do.
Because of travel or this, Or got rid of the weak people, or?
Didn't wanna go to the hospital.
Got rid of them.
Well,
Well,
Strike that one from.
There's the both feet over the line moment for today.
But, well, and people were
high
afraid.
risk.
Yeah, people were afraid to go to hospitals.
Yeah.
There were less traffic accidents. I think there's a number of reasons, but again, I foresee that turning around. The trend over the last 20 years is going up in call volume, provider numbers going down, so that becomes an issue. But I do foresee this year and probably 2022, our volume being down. With that next meeting, I'll bring some stuff to you. I was recently contacted by another department as far as rates and what we're charging. I've got 6, 7 departments, what Medicare pays, and we'll want to review that and see how that lines up as well, so.
Terrence, I have one more question from my interest here is, how long have you been here now?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. When you got here, was in the process of buying 2 new ambulances, or was you?
Correct, you had purchased 2 2016 Osage remounts, and they were here.
They was old. I mean, there
They
wasn't
were new
the year we did.
holdovers.
We didn't purchase them in 16. They was
No.
what year? 18,
Oh, I'd have to look, I thought you took delivery in
17.
7. They were apart by 3-4 months, and I thought it changed a year, I think.
Okay.
I can go look pretty easy, but
My reason being, you have a full-time staff and stuff, is I'm wondering, of course, last year was COVID, is what are your mileages? Because we used to do it one every 3 years, but
Yeah.
that year we did 2 because of the package deal.
right. That was a remount thing. Again, if I ever come in and ask for a remount,
Right.
kick me out. But
Okay.
Never do it again.
unless it's my own box, then we could. But we're looking 70, 80,000 miles on them right now.
Per unit, for each one of these units.
Yep, I know this one's around 75, and I want to say that A5 is a little higher than that. We're putting miles on them, and that's a lot of trips to Wichita and Newton.
So do you look at the transfer business increasing?
No, we ran, and I can bring you the numbers next
That's
week, but
okay.
and that's fine. I think we ran 20-some transfers last month. That's down for us, generally a little higher than that. It keeps us out on the road. It's a necessary thing to do, but it miles our vehicles out. We get some of those that don't pay, that kind of thing. It's a balancing thing on those transfers for sure. It's a service that we do and should provide. However, as Randy was asking with the mileage on the vehicle, the van bodies, we're spending a lot of money at a couple tire shops and alignment shops. The front end of those don't hold up to a diesel motor.
Well,
not
the
very
other
well.
thing is, I don't think there's been any ambulances put that kind of mileage on until we went full-time.
You saw a lot more transfers because you had the capability of the level of care. You weren't
But-
having to bring a
But I mean,
helicopter in.
it's just a matter of being full-time, because they use the vehicle to take it out. I mean, every day they're taking it out and running it, where
Sure.
when you're setting with volunteers before, you didn't use the mileage. So we put more mileage on them now, just
Sure.
being full-time. I mean, it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And I see them come to Marion more, they come to
Yeah.
Marion more because you're over here probably.
Right.
And so it just happened. But I was wondering if we buy one at the average, if we could still average one every 3 years. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, I think you would be okay there. I think,
So,
It's pushing the limit. I mean, you're pushing 150,000 miles. If you're getting 65, 75,000, you're pushing 180,000, 60,000
Well-
60,000 for 3-year-old ambulance.
yeah. I mean, I know what we did in my prior career was every 2 years. There were 4 ambulances, and you got an ambulance every 2 years.
Yeah.
We weren't putting the miles on that we're putting here. However, how long, if you get into a cabin chassis pickup, 550 diesel, you can run some miles on those. And when you have it, it gets replaced, you know, in 6 years. It can go to an outlying community where it's not being used as much and finish its life there, where it's getting a lot less miles put on it. And then when that's done, it can go to Road and Bridge as a cabin chassis pickup.
Yeah, but you can only have so many of them. I mean.
I understand.
And what I'm trying to figure out is what's our future goal here for ambulances.
And I can certainly
That's-
pull
that's
something
what-
together.
Yeah, I just wondered what we're doing for the last.
Yeah. No, I can pull the mileage off of them, and I can have that to you next week for
So
sure.
that you can plan a budget and expect that, because I'm still going off the old volunteers
Right.
budget from my mind.
Sure.
And that's not a good thing, because I know you guys do put more miles.
Right. But yeah, I can have something together next week and at least.
All right.
Well, no, I don't disagree with you, Randy. My thought was what I had in the budget and we could do, and I looked at the mileage and I went, we can do that now. We get into power loads to where all our units have power loads, we can be in there. Absolutely, before next year, 23's budget, we should have a plan in place. I don't disagree. And I can get that ball rolling for sure.
That way, it maybe is a little easier to budget.
Sure.
Once you have that, if that's what it takes. I mean,
Right.
we're a long ways from the major hospitals, and that's
Right.
where everybody goes from our minor hospitals around here.
Sure.
To the majors. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
You bet. Anything else? Good. Thank you.
See, you thought you was gonna get us.
I was trying to get you ahead, but you guys have a good lunch.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So tomorrow, we're scheduled at 12:30, and I just put that as a special meeting for budget requests. However, we may have some department business. Would you want me to send out a revision and allow department business tomorrow or
Yes,
not?
Yes.
Okay, and then also,
We're here,
that-
we might as well take care of it.
okay, so that check that you approved or the payment of the 50,000, is it okay to put that on a sterling check for tomorrow, or do you want to do it on the 21st?
It's just easy for you to do it.
Okay, so we'll just do a revision to tomorrow's agenda to also add department business with each. Okay,
That'll work.
all right.
Move that we recess for lunch.
Second.
Second, second, Jonas.
Reconvene at
All those-
12:45.
The agenda says 12:45, I'll go with
Yep.
the agenda.
Yep, 12:45. So,
So,
all those in
anything else
favor?
to do, I put a
Aye.
rebuild box.
It's
Yeah.
number 3.
We got this now.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be back at
It's all
12:45.
Loose inside, I mean.
Cool.
They didn't hold up all, that's before.
Yeah.
First time that's ever happened.
People talking.
Without you.
We've been on schedule so far.
Yeah, but I do have,
Name and address.
No public comment unless they have an address.
Name and address.
okay, where everything's on.
Everything's on?
Yes.
All right, after.
This conference will now be recorded.
Sorry.
After, yeah. Okay, after our recess here, we're back at 12:45 and ready to continue on with budget hearings. And the judicial is up here right now, and that's who we'll start with. So, take it away.
All right. Just briefly, I mean, I know all of you, but I'm Mike Powers. I'm chief judge for the district. And since I became chief judge, well, you guys are all still in school except for Crowfoot, I've always come to the presentations just in case there's questions or anything about judicial matters, you know, appropriate questions. This is Nikki Davenport. Nikki is the court administrator for the 8th Judicial District, and Nikki basically is in charge of the administration side of things, including budget prep, and she puts this together in consultation with the department heads and myself. Dan Helmer, of course, is your local clerk of the court, and Lois Smith is the court services chief. Court services, it's basically probation. You've got court services and community corrections. Two different, community corrections actually is, technically they are employed by Gary County, but they work through the Department of Corrections, and they're supervised by the Corrections Advisory Board. Who's our Corrections Advisory Board? Okay, so.
The new guy.
Yeah. Did you go to that, the
Yes.
last meeting? Okay,
Yes.
so that was your first, was that
Yes,
your
we
first
did.
one?
First meeting.
Okay. And then you've got court services that does a different kind of probation, but it's also probation, but because their name is court services, they also do about anything else that the court orders them to do. So our bond supervision officers are court services officers. If we needed somebody to be security one day, you could ask a court service officer to do that, and that has been done. Anyway, so Lois is also a district-wide officer, so you'll be looking at his budget as well.
What's his rate of pay? We've been looking for, if maybe he would be interested just to come down here permanently.
I started my career here.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
This is-
Yeah, I'm a few months short of 22 years on the job. My first placement was Marion County.
Oh, cool, cool.
Before that, he was a Junction City police officer.
Oh, okay, cool.
Did they fire you, or did you?
No, sir. no, the district offered me less money.
And those are the people we hire. If you go to the, what tab, the purple tab in your book, or they don't have all the tabs up there.
Yep.
Okay, so,
Don't have purple.
Yep. The purple tab should have the Marion County budget. We're gonna be presenting to you 3 budgets, but the Marion County, our general budget has within it the other budget, which I'm gonna talk about. But it shows up as a line item within your Marion County budget. It's the district budget. If you go to the front page, does your front page look the same? Okay, turn to the next one. Yeah, that one, right there. The one with a full page of line items. You look at the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see what we're asking for this year, 199,211. And the middle column shows you what we asked for and got last year, 197,499. And then the column before that is what we actually spent in 2020. That middle column, the 197, that's the budget you approved. We don't really know whether we'll spend all of that or not. Generally, we turn some money back in. But in terms of the actual approved budget, we're up a couple of grand, a little under $2 grand. Not a lot of major changes. The legal defense, Jan's asking for 113,000 there. It is what it says it is. It's for the attorneys that we're appointing for everything from people that have a mental illness commitment proceeding to people that are charged with crimes, to juvenile offender cases, to child need care cases. I did think I'd mention, you'll see a $5,000 line item there under additional legal defense. That really is kind of just a catch-all. You do have things that don't necessarily qualify under some of the situations where you'd have a court-appointed attorney, but yet you need to do a court-appointed attorney, so we need to have a little something that, what line item do we take this out of? It also came about back several years ago when the legislature adopted the sexual predator statute that basically allows the state, if someone is convicted of an offense that fits the criteria, or maybe their offense plus their history, that the state thinks that they are a sexual predator, they can be convicted of the criminal side, sent to prison, serve their sentence, and then literally they've served their sentence, they're going to be released, and the state can still file an action to ask to have them committed to Larned State Hospital as a sexual predator. It kind of was, at the time, very controversial, because here are people that have, I've served my sentence, but yet you're still not letting me go. Those people have a right to a trial, and if they want, it could be a jury trial. It's not a criminal trial, it's a civil trial, because you're determining whether they are a sexual predator, not whether or not they're guilty of something. And those trials can be extremely expensive. In the time since that statute came in, which is, gosh, has to be 10 years old at least, we've never had one of those in Marion County. But we have enough sex cases that I'm surprised that we haven't had one. And Gary County, we've got $50,000 in the budget there to cover it. But of course, they got a much bigger caseload than we do. But I'm just throwing that out. I think I'm okay with the 5. I just want you to know if we get one, that we're gonna have to pay what we have to pay, and that includes hiring lawyers and the whole 9 yards. And could it be $30,000? Yes, it could. And in that case, we'd be coming to you guys saying, you know, we may be 25 in the red this year. Hopefully we wouldn't be 25 in the red, we could make up some of it, but there'd be not possible. So, it's out there. The rest of the way, you know, you look at this, there's not a lot of change in anything, you know, a couple bucks here, a couple bucks there. District expense, which is about 2/3 of the way down, it's right above commodities, which is in the bold. You'll see it's up from 19,000 to 22,468. That is the budget within the budget, and we'll talk about the district budget in a minute. But part of the reason that is up is that the district budget is up a little bit. And then Marion County's percentage of the district budget is up as well. And and I'm really kind of speaking to the newer members here. Last year, the Marion County percentage of the district budget was 13%. That's based on total cases filed in the district in the preceding year that we know that we have a total for. So obviously we don't have our 2021 totals, so we have to use 2020 numbers. And when we did the budget the year before, we had to use 2019 numbers. So for 2020, your percentage, Marion County's percentage of the total cases filed in the district was 15%, as opposed to 13% in 2019. So that's why your percentage is up that much. And I'll go back to that district budget in just a minute. And then you can see going down beyond that, it's pretty much all the same. And Nikki is, what is the 2,000 there? Is that under?
That would be for CASA.
That is the CASA, okay. You have, over the last several years, done a $2,000 contribution to the court-appointed special advocate program in Marion County. And that I strongly recommend or hope or encourage you to keep that. But you know, if you have questions about it, we would send the CASA representative in to talk with you about that. But we do have CASA representatives here in Hillsborough. For the most part, the volunteers we've had have come out of Hillsborough. I think part of that is association with Taylor. But it's neither here nor there. Anybody can be a volunteer if they want to. We don't have a lot, but we do have some. So that is our budget request. You know, we're up, I think it comes out to somewhere between 1% and 2%. It's under 2 and over 1, something like that. Now, help guide me and guide them to the district budget.
Okay, that'll be the green tab.
Okay. The district budget is the front page, just like the other, you just show 3 numbers, and the amount we're asking for the 22 years, $149,785. And then if you turn the page, it's not broken, there's not as many line items, but you'll see it broken down into court administration, court reporter, court services, court transcriptionists, and judges. The district budget is for things that aren't really applicable to an individual county within the district. If Jan Helmer wants a new desk, and you guys approve it, well, it's a Marion County desk. When she gets done with it, it stays in Marion County, and it applies to Marion County, so it's in that budget we just went through. If Lois Smith's staff needs something, they can move around. They do move around all over the district. So depending upon what it is, it's going to go in the district budget, because wouldn't be fair to just say Gary County pays for it or Marion County pays for it, because those people, they move around. Included in it are things like mileage for court services officers, drug testing, supplies and stuff. If you have any more questions about that, we'll talk about it, but just to give you a general idea. That's the same with court reporter. The court reporter, the 2 transcriptionists are based in Council Grove. The 2 court reporters, although we're down to 1 now, we just lost 1. One was based in Abilene, one was based in Junction City. But, you know, I've got a jury trial coming up in a week, and there'll be one of those here, so their mileage will get charged to you guys, and not to you guys, it'll get charged to the district budget, and everybody pays their share. And then the judges included within that are, and the court administration, the various education things that we go to, the conferences, those kind of things get paid out of that. Dues, like to our state attorney registration dues get paid out of that. Her dues to the, what's it called, not NACM? Well, NACM, that's the National Court of Court, yeah, and KDACA, which stands for
Kansas Association of District Court Clerks and Court Administrators.
So that's what that budget is, and so the total 149 then. Gary County, I think their share this year was 58%, which is down as I recall.
Down from, what, 60 was it?
Yeah, down from 60. And Marion's went up from 13 to 15. Dickinson went up from 21 to 22, and Morris just keeps dropping. It's before long we're going to have to start giving Morris County money or something, because they're down to 5%.
No crime there.
Well, no, there is crime there. They don't have a lot of cases, but the cases they get are humdingers. It's true. It's kind of crazy, but
Got some street justice over there?
maybe not enough. I don't know. Because, no, it's just really true. And I think if you ask the prosecutors, ask anybody that Morris County, it's true with civil. Judge Hornbaker, who does the civil, well, he's retired now, but he had civil, and the case numbers for civil in Marion and Morris counties are low. And compared to Gary and Dickinson, but he told me just last week, in the 10 years or whatever that he had the assignments for civil in Gary and, Marion and Morris, that all of his hardest cases came out of Marion and Morris. Not sure something to be proud of. It is what it is. And then the final thing I'll touch on, and then I'll be glad to answer try to address any questions you have, is the court trustee budget.
Can I just bring up the servers?
Oh, yeah,
warning
please do.
about the
Yeah,
server. I'm just making sure that I mention at every budget hearing that we have that several years ago, I think it was 2017, we had to purchase new servers. And that was a big chunk of change.
Mm-hmm.
And so it could be another, I hate to, your ears might start burning, but $30,000 is what we're looking at. And of course, that would be in district expense shared throughout all 4 counties. But I just wanted to make sure.
30,000 or 30,000 each one of them?
Well, I was told by Brent it was 30,000
15% of 30,000.
total.
Yeah.
For, divided out.
So you get
prorated.
15%.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Gary County, theirs perked up more than yours would.
Yeah.
And that's a good point. Now, we did talk to Nikki and Jan and I, and you didn't make it, but your representative did, met with the state judicial administrator and the deputy judicial administrator last week here in town. They're brand new, both of them. And they were doing kind of a fact-finding tour around the state. And they were telling us about the new system that is going to, the state's going to put all of the district courts under that, so that basically we would be one big computer system. I don't know to what extent, at least for the purposes of email and reports and stuff like that. I don't know about
HR stuff.
Yeah, HR stuff. I don't know about other uses or applications like the new, the probation
Time
law.
of supervision.
Yeah, that would be statewide. Yeah, but anyway, so my question was, and you have the ability to opt out, but if you opt out, you're kind of frozen into your own little niche, and you don't get, if you want to communicate with them, you have to go into their portal to do it. So I don't think we'll opt out. But my question was, well, if that's the case, though, is it gonna save us some money on all these server purchases? Cause every 4 or 5 years, we're having to, you know, come up with that, and they said they weren't sure, they thought it might, so we'll see. But at least be aware that
Could
there's.
this be a yearly charge then? Because we did away with servers and everything's off-site now,
Well,
so we gotta pay somebody else.
well, all of our servers are in Junction right now.
Right, and they're virtual, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but housed
Okay.
there, if you will. 'cause
Yeah,
of
that's
rent
right,
and-
the whatever.
It won't save you
they-
from
I
that.
don't, this is, you're talking to an old man.
And I don't fully 100% understand all of the ins and outs either, but.
Yeah, but in any event, that may be a, you know, chicken little sky is falling thing. Maybe we won't have to come in and do that, but.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw it out there just in case so that you're not in shock when you see that increase, possibly a request for an increase in that line item.
Yep. And then the last budget is the one that you guys always seem to like the best, which is the court trustee budget. It should be the last thing you have in your book. This year Ed's asking for 22, for $428,000. Ed Wheeler is the court trustee. This budget used to be in the millions. The good news is that you don't fund any of it. It's self-generated. It's just, these are fees that they generate and then they pay themselves. This is done they collect court debt. So if I order someone to pay restitution or pay attorney's fees or something like that, then if they don't get it paid, you turn it over to the court trustee and they try to get it collected. In the old days, we would keep them on probation for 100 years, and it just tied up probation officers who should be working with people on active cases, try to hound them into paying debt. We don't do that anymore. They can get off probation successfully without paying all their debt. Well, not exactly. They can get off probation. It's not necessarily successfully completed, but they can get off probation without paying a debt, because we just turn them over then to the trustees to do the debt collection. The trustees' debt collection is different than, who, Crowfoot may hire to collect some vendor that didn't pay like they should or something. Most, you hire a lawyer, they're gonna say, okay, I'll go collect $1,000 and they charge 30%, so I'm keeping 300, you get 700 out of your 1,000. The court trustee by statute is allowed to put their fee on top. So if you owe $1,000, they can collect $1,400 from you. Then, your 1,000 would go to who it's owed to, and the 400 goes back to the trustee to fund their operation. It was at one time when Governor Brownback privatized this, and there's now an out-of-state company that does all the collection for people who receive 4D collections, which are government, people who are receiving government assistance but are entitled to child support. The trustee used to do all of those, and there's a lot of those, because if you're getting support for your kids from the state, but there's a guy out there that should be paying you support, the state says, well, we want the support from him. Now that's being collected privately, so it really shrunk what the pool is for the trustee to deal with. We used to be 3 attorneys and 10 people or something, and now there's 1 attorney and 3 people. But it's still self-supporting. It's never come in the red, and if it were to come in the red, then the district would be coming back to the 4 counties and saying, we need you to pay 15% of the red. And the trustee, Ed Wheeler, I keep referring to Ed Wheeler from here as the trustee, knows that that's never going to be allowed to happen. If we can't make it work, then we'll shut it down. So, you got more?
I just have one more thing. I think you were going to talk about the 12,000 for the community corrections executive.
Oh, yes.
Just to mention it to
Yeah.
them.
I don't know, has that been brought up at all, that 2 or 3 years ago, Diane was the Marion County representative, when the community corrections organization had a bookkeeping mess.
Right.
years ago when community corrections started, the court was very involved on the local level with supervision of it. And the court administrator at that time was, I appointed him as the supervisor for the community corrections director. Because the only other supervisor the community corrections director has is the corrections advisory board. And quite frankly, with all due respect, David, goes to a meeting once every 3 months for a couple hours. And it's a little hard to know, to totally supervise somebody there and know whether they're doing a good job or whatever. And well, Geary County got really interested when the Department of Corrections called and was having a conniption fit. And it was over grant money that wasn't properly accounted for. And how much was it?
1.3 million.
Yeah, 1.3 million.
Okay.
And
Not much.
there was, well, at the time, of course, you don't know, but ultimately, I think everyone agrees. There was nothing criminal, nothing, no malfeasance on anyone's part. It was just a lot of accounting and other issues. But there were things done that I think everyone agreed at that time, and by everyone, I mean there was a member from each county commission, like I say, Diane from here, the county counselors. I don't think Marion County ever had a representative on the county counselor side of it, but all the other 3 counties did. And then we met with them, and the agreement was that they would bring that organization back under the supervision of the court administrator. Several years ago, Geary County Commissioner at the time led the charge to remove it from court supervision, which honestly, we don't care. I mean, if you do it, if you take it out of our supervision, it's no skin off our nose at all. It just, don't expect us to then provide supervision or care if you go down the drain. But if you want our involvement, then, I'm not gonna let our staff be responsible for any part of it unless that we are supervising. But I'm dead serious when I say, if I know Geary County had talked to us about wanting to pull that back, because the agreement at the time was that the counties would pay the court administrator, because it's extra work on her part, $1,000 a month, so $12,000. And it's divided up by the percentages. So for Geary County, it would be, a little over 6,000, and you guys would be less, and so on. But that came up. I think that Geary County's backed off of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they have, after we talked to them. But just be aware, if it does come up, that you will not find anybody from the court coming to you and arguing about it. We'll take our ball and go home, and life will be good, and maybe it'll all work out fine. But if it doesn't, then you can't blame us. That's kind of what our position is on it. So just be aware of that. And you're right. Gary was our first one we talked to.
Right.
We'll talk to Abilene this Thursday, and then Morris County. They're always last. Morris County will be later in July. Now, have I sufficiently talked you into a coma so that you don't have any questions?
So just what he was talking about with that 12,000, that's the invoice you approved this morning. Yeah.
We didn't even argue, did we?
No,
Oh, you,
I made the motion.
oh, no, yeah. If you ever get put on community corrections, you'll get a gold star. Been doing these since 1994. I became a judge in 91, and 94 became chief judge, and this is the last one I'm going to do here. So, feel special.
I've heard that already, that you might be doing something else for.
The official announcement came out from the Supreme Court today. They put out the thing. And Phyllis came over. I told her to write it up so I look tall and handsome. Don't know if that's possible, but she said she'd try.
So what's the effective date?
August 20.
Okay.
Thank you. Honestly, I was going to do it in May because I started in May in 91, and just the symmetry of, start in May, end in May seemed to make sense. But we just had dickens of a time. COVID took one of our judges out completely in December, and he never did come back. Judge Hornberger did die, of course, but he still got lingering effects from that. And then one of our other judges has had a real family health issue, and he was gone for, I guess, 3 months. Yeah, he's back officially today. And then we had one of our magistrates retired, and we got a brand new magistrate, and I just wasn't willing to jump off the ship when it was headed for the rocks. I thought I at least ought to try to get it
I
back out
appreciate
in the
that.
ocean somehow.
That's probably why I look so tired today.
So are things kind of getting back to a normal after a year
Trying.
of isolation and being pushed behind?
Honestly, we're trying to figure out, I mean, and this is gonna sound like I'm being facetious, but we're kind of trying to figure out, okay, what is normal now? And I mean that in terms of
Yeah.
all the electronic stuff, because we dove in with all the cameras and Zoom and everything, and some of it is such a pain in the rear. I mean, you come to court one of these days and watch someone running the Zoom dockets, and you know, this person, they can hear you, but you can't hear them, and that person over there is the dog barking in the way. I mean, it's just gonna be a zoo. At the same time, it allows things that in the past would have been a real problem. You know, somebody has moved to another state, and they desperately need this child custody hearing, and you got somebody in Kansas and whatever, and in the past, you'd have to make all these arrangements, and they'd have to fly back. Now you can just say, okay, we'll do it next Tuesday at 4 or whatever. And I don't think it will ever give up Zoom. And I think it will, a lot of things, like if you're doing a divorce docket, I do a status. So once a divorce has been on file 60 days, technically, after 60 days, it can go to hearing. Well, if it's still on the docket and you haven't already got the thing set, well, what's going on with it? So you set it for status, and you check in with the attorneys, and it really didn't make any sense to tell an attorney to drive here, one from McPherson and one from Wichita, to tell me, we're working on it, we think we got something worked out. And that's what used to happen. Now they just do it by Zoom, and I think it'll save clients money. Attorneys don't mind it, because instead of charging whatever their traveling rate is, they can be working on somebody else and charging their real rate. So I think that'll stay forever, but we're struggling a little bit about, okay, what are we gonna require to be done in person, and what are we gonna allow to be done by Zoom or whatever. We're working on it.
Interesting.
But, who asked that question? Yeah, oh, you asked the question? Oh, okay, I thought you did. I was gonna tell you could ask me that in the front yard and say that you're not.
Talked himself into it.
Bill Stern night, huh?
Oh, you would not believe that can happen, man. You get to court, you start taking pleas, and there's about a 15-minute soliloquy I have to go through to take a felony plea. And you've done it so many times, you get right in the middle of it, and then you think, did I tell him that? I better tell him again. Then you say it, and you're like, I think I already said this. So you go, well, the reason I said this twice is because it's very, very important.
Just emphasize.
Well, I slipped up there and watched you, probably a month and a half ago on Zoom, and you was 2 attorneys with different places, didn't have to travel to here to be in front of you.
Yeah.
And I was impressed with just that one little deal that I slipped in on and caught. And so I thought that was something.
It's most difficult, using it in child needed care cases is the worst. Because there's an attorney for the child, the guardian ad litem, an attorney for the parents, and often it's one for mom and one's for dad. And then you got the prosecutor, and sometimes you'll have a grandparent's attorney there, not always, by any stretch. But you can easily have 4 and sometimes 5 attorneys, and then you've got 3 or 4 social workers. And the problem is that those hearings are confidential, so you can't just open the Zoom meeting up and have everybody there. You have to have a bunch of people in the waiting room and just let in the ones for this case. And it's hard because if people will say, list themselves as Kent Becker, well, that's helpful. I know it's Kent Becker, but what case is Kent Becker here for? Some people now, as time has gone on, put Kent Becker, grandfather of blah, 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 and okay. Yeah. But it's really difficult, and I'm gonna quit taking Zoom those cases really fast. And Joe, I didn't, I cut you.
No, I said you talked yourself into going.
Well, I heard you say it earlier. Were you so proud of that you wanted to say it again?
It was very important.
Oh, gosh.
I do hear what you say.
Oh, good. Well, I thought you had that look like you're gonna say something. Okay.
He's thinking.
Back in the nineties, though, the first time I met you, I was a police officer, and we had to get a search warrant, and they sent me to Marion to come up and get him. I said, "Where's he at up there?" Well, he's out at the ball field, and he was out at the ball field with his children at that time. So I had him sign a search warrant for Peabody, and that was, you know, it's good to see a judge at the ball field. He's a young guy then. He didn't have no gray whiskers either.
Had hair too.
Yeah, had hair. Yeah.
I've done a lot of search warrants at, you know, because we still broadcast the high school football games. And I've done multiple search warrants in the press box. And, or at the basketball games, they'll come around to where our little broadcast area is, and you'll see the visiting people watching, oh, that guy's in trouble. Well,
I always thought the good ones would change the Wausau when community service people were there and the cops come.
Oh, yeah.
Because we get community service people help with Wausau. And the judge put them in community service.
Yeah.
And he'd show up and work side by side, and the cops would come and want a warrant signed.
Yeah. They were always glad when it wasn't for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
They upgraded that too. I mean, along the lines of Zoom, do you have like a DocuSign for warrants now, to where they don't have to come find you? Or?
We've been using, for years now, using iPads, and you just have to send it PDF, and then I can download it, and got the app that lets me sign it and send it back, and boy, that is so handy. And there's so many more things that we're doing, because now if you get arrested on, let's say it's a Friday night, there's no way for a judge to see you before 48 hours. They just, Saturday morning, they call me up or text me, usually from the sheriff's office, and say, hey, we got a couple of 48s for you. And I look, and there they are. I was in Seneca on Saturday going to a family wedding, and I did 2 48-hour hold affidavits for them. Yeah, that's been fantastic. Thank you, guys.
Something else is, you guys usually, other than the security deal, you know, your budget's always within reason or have a good explanation for why you want to raise it. So appreciate that for the time that I've sat here and worked with you guys.
You brought it up, and I was going to say this. It is, I do not know, at some point in time, you know, when we get back to, especially those sync dockets, that's when we fill this place up. Somebody is gonna get hurt, because this is the only county in the district, including little old Morris County. Even when, in Morris County, when we got a judge on the bench, we've got an officer in the courtroom. And I don't presume to say that they need them there all the time. Probably have overkill there. But we need the, and as I brought to one of you, no, you were here, a proposal to go with court security through a private company that Dickinson County uses, and had a deal worked out with them to get 20 hours a week for $25,000 a year, or $25,000 a year. And I don't know where that went, but it went away somewhere. And it sure would have been handy when you guys were having to have county employees volunteer to staff the door during COVID, and Dickinson County had the security guys do. But even, I mean, the worst case scenario would be somebody gets hurt. There's just times people get rowdy, and I'm, you know, having to treat them like the teacher in the classroom, saying, you know, I'm gonna make you stand in the corner or whatever. Well, it rings a little hollow when it's just me sitting there. And the worst thing is when I have to tell somebody, I'm sending you to prison, I want you to go sit in the hallway and wait till the cop gets over here to take you to jail. So, with those, I will leave you with those words.
Well, in case the rest of the commission didn't hear about it, I don't know, Burns seems to be getting a little rowdy down at the commission meetings, city council meetings, so, it just, you know, it's not.
Was there one on Friday night, a special meeting Friday night? Did I hear
Burns?
They had one Friday.
Yeah, they had.
Continuation of the one they canceled.
Oh, citizens, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, how, out there having trouble,
Said it
having people fight.
Between here and El
Yeah.
Dorado.
Well, they fight over it.
The big city.
Interesting, yeah, I
50
thought that would be the one.
Kinda like Morris County.
From my time in Morris County, when I was Council Grove City Attorney at one point, but I was White City Attorney for a longer time. I was also County Attorney. But the smaller the town, the more personal things.
Yeah, oh, sure.
Yeah, that's good.
You know, it's just, you don't, it's not just the county commissioner, it's that guy I've hated since high school or whatever.
Yeah.
Dave said they did have a special meeting to finish the one that the cops had to
Oh, did they?
break up the time before.
I read that somewhere.
All right, we're out of here.
In your. Thanks for everybody coming
Thank you.
down.
I just have one more item. In your limited time, would you be interested in presenting another security proposal? I don't want to speak for the rest of the board, but I wasn't here when that.
Tell you what, I don't know this for a fact, but I would bet money on it. Ben Sexton, who's be the second in terms of seniority judge in the district, Ben's district judge in Dickinson County. I think it's gonna be the new chief judge. That's been who I've recommended. I'm pretty sure that's who the rest of the judges are gonna recommend in the Supreme Court. I just see no reason they won't do that. Nikki and I are gonna be seeing him Thursday when we go to Dickinson County. I'll talk to Ben about that. It'll be his,
guessing you're still using
it'll
the
be
same
his call.
team.
Yes,
Whether
they
to
are.
make that or not, yeah.
Somebody new has bought that outfit, but they're the same.
I see it as a concern.
Yes.
Ken or Brent, do you know, I mean, what happened with that before?
Just never put the money to it.
Well, but,
We
I
just
mean, there was
talked
never a
It
vote
went
on
from
it.
just to being the district court to securing the
Whole
whole
building.
Yeah,
courthouse.
right, that's right.
So I think we were trying to incorporate that,
Get the
and
whole
for, I don't know that we really got the numbers.
We didn't get
that
numbers,
we were
but-
looking for,
Well,
or
you're gonna have to.
How are we gonna do it?
You're gonna have to lock down doors and.
Shut down doors and
Had
stuff,
three
figure out.
Yeah.
interests in it. That was the big thing. I
yeah,
think.
it became the whole courthouse, not just district.
What I was proposing would not have been, now during COVID, you could have done it, because you were doing that anyway, you were funneling them in one place, but generally, I wasn't proposing anything other than having a uniformed person in the building 20 hours a week.
Yeah.
And we could give them, we did, we can pretty well say, hey, here are the, I mean, some crackpot could walk in any given day at any given time to do something, you can't predict that, but we know the kind of cases and when they're most likely to have issues, and the big dockets when you're most likely to need crowd control. So that was kind of what I was proposing, but I had never had a problem with saying that, even on those days, there's gonna be time when, hey, we're in the middle of a hearing and things are cool, that person could be patrolling the rest of the building. If you've got it's tax season, it could be, hey, we'd like to have a little bit more on the second floor or first floor, whatever you wanna call it. We call it second because we like being the third floor. It's a high rise. So those are options as well.
Thank you.
I'm out of here. See you guys. Let us know if you have questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job, Jan.
Thank you.
Jan.
We've got to deal with another attorney now. He didn't look at me. He listened to me. He didn't look at me.
Yeah.
More.
We looked at it, but they just couldn't figure out how to close. Shut down 2 doors and bring them all in one.
But if you could just have, for instance, you start off like that, of course, I'm sure home ragged and then realize.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to figure out the whole thing.
That's gonna be a challenge. And pretty well just.
He wants security, he can get his own security.
That's what I did last night. Late deals.
Yeah, that whole security thing went from 25,000 to, it shot to like 170,000.
Well, they went from just one floor to.
Yes, it was,
And it is.
I think it's enough.
with the metal detector.
At least I didn't forget the packets this week. It really took me that long to get
But
them
it
ready.
needs to be addressed.
That's
I mean,
why
we've been buying time that something bad.
Yeah, something.
Budget time is
That thing is still happening.
time, hurry up, get it done.
Yeah.
Tom Brady can come back. He said I'm getting pissed off.
Just drop kick them.
They're gonna be quicker next time.
So for a second.
What's my
So you do have a lengthy public comment that I know you already opened. You
Oh, okay, you never just say what it's gonna do.
So I don't know, I didn't schedule a
Is
public
that the
comment.
one right up there?
But
He
I've
watches the
saved it,
news
so
every
if we
night
need to
from
read it
5 to
later.
6. Outdoor on his patio, smokes a cigar.
Brian Jones,
You know,
did we get the address on this one?
I don't know, but
not as a creature of habit.
I can't even read it very well.
A lot of times I'll mow one night a week. And I try not to.
Make
mow.
sure you do it on Wednesday.
No, I try not to do it between 5 and 6.
So I can't hear the TV. Little chipping clippings over.
It's kind of, that one.
That's why he's a judge.
Try to be a good neighbor. Truck's gone, okay, that's good. My truck, take it to Wichita, deliver t-shirts.
Oh. That's usually you look at.
come right on in, sir.
Coming yet? All right.
Come right on in. We're just setting.
Just one
The other
shot.
judge just left, so.
Okay. Judge said he was the warm-up act. I said that was it's the opposite way around.
He came a backup.
Yeah.
Was it
Yeah.
hard?
Like you got a whole crew with you. Mine probably will not be as long as his either.
No, just go right ahead. I think
No.
we're ready.
Just pass ahead on. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. No. No.
I'll take the top. Is there two?
It should just be one piece of paper.
One.
They'll-
Got you. Go right ahead.
Okay, the first one on the personnel services, that 171, 182, that was what I got from the clerk's office that they sent out prior to the meeting, so I just pulled that number from there, and plugged it in. It's up from last year, but I think it's in line with the pay deal, so that's where it is. And then the contractual, which is our next biggest line item. For those of you who don't, I mean, just kind of refresh your memory, that's like the special prosecutor, that's the coroners, St. Sark, which is the sexual assault victims that we have to pay for. And then just some like attorney registration, attorney software that we have to deal with in our office, all come out of that budget. It's a little, I mean, where you're looking at that 8,000 right now, it's a little low, but there are some coroner, or some autopsy reports that are gonna be coming through, so that's gonna bump it up. Anytime we have jury trials, that is gonna come out of that budget. And so the last year, we haven't really had any jury trials, so I think that's part of the reason why it's a little lower than maybe what it normally would be. The Attorney General's office is just ready to have another jury trial in 2 weeks, so all the witness fees and things will be coming out of there. We gotta pay for, we don't have to pay for them to prosecute, we gotta pay for all the ancillary items for people coming here, experts and anything that they would have to do. All come out of there. Juvenile detention, it's something we gotta pay for. If we wanna have anybody go to the juvenile detention facility, we go over the certain amount of days that we get. I don't remember how many days it is off the top of my head, but it's, we went over that, I think, last year due to one case that we had, but typically it should just be the same amount every year, just whatever that contractual price is. I did flop the commodities and capital outlay. I think with just the commodities, the biggest item that we have that comes out of there is our DVDs and USBs that we have to get for discovery. And then the capital outlay, just, I mean, office furniture and things like that. I am still working on trying to get more digital within our office, and hopefully that the DVDs and USBs, that price will come down, but then that'll come out of probably the contractual, trying to get digital discovery out to the defense attorneys, trying to get something that's, we're not spending as much time copying those things and sending them out. We can just electronically get it from the police departments and then send them out electronically. There's Dropboxes there, and then a bunch of different other software. I was reading something you like and then you get somewhere and you don't like certain aspects of it, but so that would come out of the contractual. Hopefully next year we'd have something in line, and like I said, the commodities might go down, but it might go up in another line item area. But hopefully it's a 1-for-1, but it might end up being more expensive on the back end doing that, but it save our office time and be a lot more efficient.
Only thing up there on your attorney and personal services up there, Tina's told us earlier today that she's gonna go over everybody's personal and see where you go placed everything off of that new pay deal and make sure everything works there. So there could be some changes there, you know,
Okay.
what you got, but that's the only thing that I know of that may change. But I don't think we'll cut anything else that I know of. So, that's cool. What do you, how's your world since COVID this year?
It's changed a little bit, obviously, but starting to get jury trials coming back on. Like I said, the AG's office is coming up, so I'll go up there and watch theirs, see how they're going to be the guinea pig here.
Okay.
So I can learn from them.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, the backlog of jury trials, I think it's starting to come. We've been doing mediations, which I've never done in the criminal arena, so that's kind of helped decrease a lot of our backlog of the jury trials that are coming. But they're coming down the line.
Okay. Any questions by commission? Guess not, Joe.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Take 5, I gotta go make a call.
I'm gonna make a motion to recess for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Or,
I'll just recess for 5 minutes. The register of deeds gets here.
Sorry, and I may have allowed too much time, but I really wasn't sure how many questions the board would have for folks or what all they'd want to be talking about.
Right. that top line, personal services, that ring true, like you said this morning, 2022 is actually with the
It's with the electeds in January and everyone else having another step in July, is the way that it was prepared, but like I said, I haven't had time to proofread those, go through them all just to verify that they're all good.
first elected one, well, I guess of the powers that I've seen, so I just made me think of it. Are we still on? Recessed.
Hold on, I can turn things off here for
Yeah.
the break.
That's
Okay, everything's on.
We're just waiting for our next,
Nothing to do with this.
department head to come in. We call them and see if they can get a little early.
Damn it.
So we're setting on, waiting on.
Rebecca's at lunch though, so she won't be back until 2.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Wow.
can we do this Kansas Legal Services since we had the written?
He's coming.
Oh, he is coming, I thought maybe he wasn't since we had the written write-up.
Do you want me to see if appraiser is ready?
It'd be
I didn't
probably
look up.
Too short a window for Fraser.
Yeah.
We'll just take
Okay.
your time.
Yeah, it's
All
got
right.
15 minutes, let's do it. See if they come out. That would be a good one to get rid of. That's where I looked at first.
Okay, so I heard 2 different things from 2 ends of the table.
Listen to the chairman.
Chairman's
I'm
our-
at the end
how
of the
long's our
table.
last item gonna
Chairman's
take?
running the meeting, so.
He's running.
Yeah, let's bring the appraiser up.
To do their budget?
Yeah,
Okay, let's see if they can come up now.
see if they've got it ready. Why? This is quite a deal. This is more than just, you read this, you. Oh, yeah. Ron Jones, if he'd like to, please state his name. Address. And address to put these up in the deal.
Sure sounds like someone I know.
Yeah, it sounds like
Not
somebody
named Diane,
else.
not named Ryan.
Multiple personalities.
Sadly, it isn't the buyer.
It was, Thomas was the guy that got in trouble, Anthony Weiner. Running on a false alias.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Nikki's gonna come up.
Do some step at a time. I moved out of the office downtown.
Yeah, the lease was, I talked to her, did you call him? But with a new buyer, we just have to go through, make sure that
Down at the bottom.
Well, I included the ones from tomorrow in here too, so. There we go.
Oh, they had somebody's name in there.
Do you think that their group is gonna get active again, based on what she's talking about?
Well, who's this?
Savio?
Because the information tells her, or
Oh, Nikki, go ahead
Hello.
and sit down here. We're just gonna let the public know that we've moved the appraiser, which was on 4:15. We moved them up here to get started and get going with them. And so Nikki's up here. So Nikki, just go right ahead with what you're going over. I think we got it here in our budget here.
It's on page 87 in the electronic packet, is where it starts.
This is my first time, so I don't really know what
Oh, okay, that's
I'm by
that could be.
myself, so.
That's very well. Did you
Don't let
prepare
us
the
know.
budget?
Do what?
Did you prepare the budget?
I did.
Okay. All right. That's health department on page 87.
Nope.
I've got 87 in the packet.
Yeah.
If you look at
What's
the
the
top,
number?
you want me to?
My number's not up there. I gotta go by the others.
Did you get it?
Yeah, you don't have the numbers.
They're opened up in the web view.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh, okay, so we're looking.
It's right under health department.
Okay. Appraiser, I got it here. Start. Appraiser. Gotcha. Okay, go ahead. Let's see here.
75? First page?
Yeah, 75, yeah. Personnel services, and did you go over this with Carl, or did Carl present this?
Carl was here the day I did it,
Okay,
but I did it.
okay, all right.
I kind of worked with Cherry on what we did. It looked a little different than what Cherry prepared because Mike will move into the sales position, which is the GIS 1. And then we figured within 2022 that if we have a data collector by then, at some point it would be an appraiser 1. So we went ahead and budgeted it as though they would be in that position
Okay.
by 2022.
Okay,
And then Sherry gave us the forms with raises figured in them, and that's what I used in the budget figure.
and Tina's gonna recheck everything to make sure we're putting everybody where we want them,
Right.
so. But that's a good figure to get started with, and that way it'll get your budget done, so,
Sure.
yeah.
Other than that, we actually took the rest of the budget down by $100, but obviously the personnel went up.
Oh, yeah. Any new equipment or anything this coming year? Or just since we bought the computers, it got you all taken care of?
We still in our capital outlay still have funds for computers for going forward. There's still my computer, Brian's computer, the front desk computer that will need to be replaced at some point.
Okay.
They would have been purchased the same time as Michelle was probably like 8 years ago.
Let's see. We don't know what travel and training is gonna do this year, but
No. They've done a lot virtually in 2021, but whether that changes in 22, I don't know.
and Reds, let's see. Travel and training, that's what it
On your postage here, can you consolidate more stuff in email? Or you have to send out big pieces of paper?
For the most part, sorry. Most everything, anytime an appraiser requests anything, we generally send it email. We do send our sales letters through the regular mail.
Tax liability. Is that what you're talking about? Appraised value of your house,
It's-
stuff like that, that's all through the mail.
It is, but that's done through Postalocity. So I think that's in our
That'd be under your contractual.
Last year it was higher because we sent out, the door hangers we sent to the people so that we didn't have to knock on the door. I would assume it's gonna go back to what it was in like 2019.
There's still state statutes on what has to be mailed and what doesn't. That's what I assume.
It's regulated still.
All of our appeals packets, our appeals decision, and then our sales validation questionnaires all go out in the mail. Neighborhood revitalization approval letters go in the mail. And then of course if we get return valuation notices or remissions, we remail them from here as well.
I'm gonna really make you think, Nikki. Quite often, on the weekends, you see 4 empty cars sitting out here in the parking lot.
Mhm.
Does your service require 4 cars?
I would say we don't drive the Blazer.
That's the,
That's the gold one. It probably doesn't get drove as much as it should.
that's probably in between those, the white men. But you use the.
The truck and the Jeep get used more often than not. The Fusion we use for classes, or we just drive it in town.
Okay.
We don't take it to rural or country roads.
I've never seen them all 4 move at the same time.
Are they all assigned to the appraiser's office?
Yeah.
Was the Jeep down on Peabody Thursday?
Probably. I think Carl had it. I mean, if we're all out in the field, they will be all out. But
Well.
somehow we haven't coordinated a day where we've all been out at the same
Yeah.
time, so.
Yeah, I just wondered how much all 4 of them are used. That's why I asked that question.
Sure.
If it's not used, we should get rid of it. Get it off for insurance.
It could be a floater.
I just was wondering.
I would say it rarely moves.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think that if we did get rid of one, that'd be the one to get rid of, and we could make up with, the other Explorer or whatever, if it ever is needed, but
I won't lie, I'm not even sure if it'll start, that's how long it's going.
yeah, I think that it's so wise, it wouldn't be unwise to get rid of
Take
that.
up space, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I know the pickups should be, that was a new pickup, I think, when we bought it.
It was used, but.
Was it used? Oh, it was good, for some mileage on it.
Yeah, we bought it from like the Kansas surplus.
Oh, the surplus, okay,
Yeah.
yes, we was buying something there, yeah.
Mike usually drives that, so that's usually gone in the mornings, but since he's been taking Lewis out, with him, so Mike's coming back in by 1, so that's probably why you would see it back in the afternoons.
Okay. Was there any other major changes? I didn't see too much.
The biggest change is the pay plan, so.
Yeah. Any other questions from the commission?
It's good.
Cam is gonna, let's see, we gotta do anything with digital mapping or anything this year?
Yeah.
How long was that contract on the aerial photography?
GIS.
3 years.
That was 3 year?
Probably 3 years, the pictometry, in the past, you have paid that out of, sales tax, out of the general fund.
Okay.
You haven't ever paid it out of the appraiser's budget,
That's why it's not on there.
that's why it's not
Yeah.
there. Not saying you couldn't.
Thank you, Tina, because
Yeah, that's okay.
I didn't know it was not paid out of our budget.
Right.
When it needs to be plumbed, I'm not
How
sure.
come it's not in the appraiser's budget then?
It wasn't put in there at the time because it was something that was purchased in a mid-year. It wasn't purchased at budget time,
Okay.
and then
It wasn't planned ahead.
the idea was that, multiple departments and multiple agencies could utilize it.
Oh.
However, I don't believe we're billing anybody for it,
But
so.
there are still multiple agencies that are using it, though. I do know that.
Several departments using it.
In cities, I know police departments use it quite a bit.
So I don't know if if they're ever being charged a subscription through the appraiser's office. Yeah.
I just knew that Lisa was the one that, when I was first here, Lisa was the one that brought it up.
Right, the appraiser's office is in charge of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It started to come about, just all of a sudden, they've been taking, I don't know, aerial pictures for ever so often, but then when we got newer equipment, why, then this is when it come up to where we would buy it and pay for it out of the sales tax instead of, it wasn't, I don't know what it was before that, but it just seemed like it was a new item come about where we'd start flying more. It's more often than we have been.
Well, I think they were in the neighborhood.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, they come around when they're in the neighborhood, yeah. But this was a contract with a company designed for it instead of.
It was just flown in 2020.
Was
That's our
2020.
newest aerial is 2020.
Okay. Well, if nobody has any problems with it, Nikki, I think we'll move right along then. Thank you for bringing it up. We just want to slip somebody in here. We had a little lull there, so.
No, going back to class now.
All righty. Virtual?
See you.
Yes.
Okay.
Well.
All right.
Thank you.
Would you like me to try to set your thing up so you get page numbers when we have a break, or
Yeah,
you want to just
go
leave
ahead.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
With that, get it into the smaller. I thought it was because I enlarged it. Why did I get the
Well, we just go into your commission, if you just go into your, oops. So now you have the page numbers.
Oh, there it is. All right.
How much time on our hands?
There she is.
She's ready to run a race, I can tell.
Woo-hoo. If you give me a mile head start.
I'm trying to set it up so we
Seen the
automatically
joke
do
with the
this
tortoise
next
and the
time, so
hare.
you don't have
It said,
to
Go
mess
back
with
in.
it.
First one home.
Okay.
All right.
Wins something. And the hare
Can you
says
see the
deal.
page numbers now?
The turtle sucks inside the shell.
Oh.
That works.
Good afternoon, Rebecca. Going into register of deeds here, and
Okay.
well,
My budget is pretty much the same as it's been and been and been. Personnel services went up, and I did keep the part-time position in here. In the past, My part-time position has been an on-call position where if we need somebody on Tuesday next week, I need somebody available for that point in time. That really doesn't work anymore, so we're kind of considering what kind of options that we can come up with for a part-time position. The personnel or the contractual commodities and capital outlay have stayed the same. On the tech, I kicked up the second item from 48,716 to 50,000. That's pretty much just a paperwork thing. Right now, in unencumbered funds, I have a little over 30,000. If, and it's highly unlikely, I would take in a whole 20,000, that would give me more money than I was authorized to spend, so I just kicked it up a little bit. And that's all I got.
Wow. I knew there was too much time on the schedule for you.
It's very rare I take 5 minutes, but you guys can enjoy one another.
Oh, okay, well, thank you very much.
Glad you got rid of your crutches.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you on that race.
Alrighty.
Come on in.
So that on your packet, if you aren't sure where that is, that's pages
Is it
58
about over
and
with?
59.
58.
Not near.
Not here? Gotta be on the agenda?
Oh, this is a budget day.
This is budget day.
This is just.
Oh.
It's all
Yeah, I mean, you can
department
sit around,
budgets.
Huh?
All department budgets.
Today I just had to come up.
but you can sit here. It'd be great.
You're right, huh?
It'd be great.
You wanna make a
I'll come
comment?
back in another day.
Okay.
I just wanna complain about our engineer and the roads. That's all I wanna do is complain about them.
Okay.
All right.
Say 58.
Yeah, page 58 and 59. And if you click in the beginning page number there and you just type in what page you want to go to, it'll let you go there.
What's she saying? Page number.
Page right on it. Click right on that. And type it in.
Yeah. I'm just jumping to the page. Okay.
That's cool. Let's see, register deeds. Go ahead.
Do you want to do your hiring discussion?
We got 20 minutes.
Yeah, you've got like 17 minutes. Oh, no. That's on, you had asked me to put that on, Randy, about the appraiser's office. I think the commission wanted to discuss.
As well.
Yeah, you want 15 minutes? I gotta do something, don't I?
Make a motion.
Is that on our personnel performance?
That'd be personnel hiring under,
Just under the
Under
broad exception of
personnel
personnel matters.
yeah.
Personnel matter, okay. Move that we recess into executive session in order to discuss personnel matters pursuant to KSA 75-431-9B for hiring with the board, Brad, Tina, for 15 minutes. Okay. Is that your second?
Go down to 10, or no? Yeah, 15. All right, second.
15, second by Jonah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Okay, we'll be in executive session until 2 o'clock.
For some reason.
Oh, wait, that's not right,
2:20.
2:20, until 2:20, excuse me.
Yeah,
So we're out.
I seen 2:15, so I ain't no better.
Chuck Cypher.
This conference will now be recorded.
Oh, he's online.
He's online, Dave. He's right here.
Oh, online.
He's online.
I saw someone outside.
Dan with us.
Ty Wheeler. Sorry. Can you hear us, Ty?
Muted.
Who did you call?
Ty Wheeler.
You can come in, Sharon. They've just called Ty
We're
Wheeler.
talking Ty Wheeler, the council legal, sir.
He needs to announce what we did after.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Is it all on it?
Yes.
After executive
I don't
session,
want to get in trouble there.
we,
There we go. Hear me now?
Yes.
yes, thank you, Ty. I'm gonna announce what we did out of it. Executive session though first, and then I'll get back to you. Out of executive session, no decisions made. So we'll move on with you. And we've got your information here, Ty. Go ahead and tell us what you're gonna tell us.
Okay, I'm going to start this out by reminding everybody that what I always remind them of first. Kansas Legal Service is a statewide law firm, except for we are not for profit. We operate under the same rules that everybody up and down the street and law firms operate under, except we're not in it to make money. We do that too well some years, and some years we don't. Just depends. This last year has been the most interesting year that I have practiced law in my 30 years. The practice of law has almost completely changed. COVID required us to make some serious adjustments to our practice. For a period of time there, from about the end of February of last year till about the 1st of June, court system basically shut down. We did very few hearings during that period. I am happy to say, however, when I look at the cases that I did for Marion County, my civil cases actually went up. My public defender cases went down a little bit, and I think that was because the period for COVID, but that was only down 4 cases. But my civil cases went up to 19 from 16. I broke out the civil cases a little more this year. What I actually did. I did 1 disability case for a child, 2 post-divorce cases, 7 divorce cases, 1 guardianship, 6 protection order cases, 1 homestead exemption, that was sort of fun, and a will. I currently have 22 cases open over there. The most concerning number to me on this whole report is the number of rejects. The way we count rejects in Kansas Legal Services is they are people who qualify for our services, so they meet our financial guidelines, and they also meet our priorities, and that we were not able to help them because of lack of staff or resources. So that means there were 22 people in Marion County who asked for our services, and we were not able to help them. That's slightly higher than the 19 cases where we were able to help. So that means we're having trouble getting to some of the cases. We tried very hard not to compete with the private bar, let them do all the cases that they want to do. Matter of fact, if I've got a case that comes in and I'm doing a protection order for somebody, and I discover that there's like a $600,000 estate, a couple acres of real estate, a retirement account, I'm probably calling the private attorney and saying, hey, I'll get the restraining order, I'll get it protected. You need to do this case from here on out because you're going to make money. More often than not, it works the other way. I get a phone call saying this lady came in to talk to me about a divorce and she can't afford my retainer. At this time, there are more legal needs than the attorneys can meet. Marion County is what I would say low on attorneys. Most of the attorneys are now coming in from somewhere else to do cases. I know I'm there a lot. Chris Ambrose is there a lot. Other people are over there quite often to do these cases. We were lucky this year. We received a loan or a grant from our federal legal services for about $190,000 statewide to allow us to update our computer equipment so we could work from home. That means that every one of my secretaries had a printer. everyone of the staff had a camera on their computer that could zoom in like this, or I guess go to meeting like this. We all got new microphones. We all got new upgraded equipment so we could do work from home. And we worked from home from about the end of February, about to the end of April for the attorneys. The attorneys came back to work about the end of April. And we were able to do that because we could socially distance here in the office, wear a mask. We could sanitize the office after we were here. And then the support staff came back about the end of June. We are up and running. Zoom has been a great bonus for me in some ways. For example, cases in Marion County. If I have a 15-minute case set with Judge Powers, I now have a 15-minute Zoom hearing with Judge Powers. Whereas before, that 15-minute case would be an hour to overdrive, 15 minutes for the hearing, and an hour back. What this means for the judges is they're capturing that ability and setting many more cases to be heard on the same day in a row. So our ability to do cases has actually gone up. For a period of time there, we had a lack of clients. People were afraid enough of the COVID virus that they stayed inside, didn't file things, didn't go to the courthouses. Then when things started to open up again, the domestic cases started flowing. We are seeing lots of domestic violence cases now. If I get involved in a divorce, protection case, or post-divorce attorney case, it's because there's a level of violence in that relationship. I generally do not get involved if there's no violence or no domestic violence. If a woman calls and says, hey, I'm married, my husband's in jail, but I want to get divorced because I got a new boyfriend, I'm telling her she probably got to go hire an attorney. That's not a priority case for us. If she calls up and says, hey, my husband is touching my daughter, that becomes a priority case for us and we get involved right away. If you talk to the members of the local bar on the cases we do, I think we're probably second to none in our experience and our quality of services. I've been working here at Legal Services now for 30 years. I promised them when I came here that I'd be here for 2 years, then I was probably going to move on, and I fell in love with the job. I love doing our type of work, helping our types of clients, talking to the commissioners once in a while, although this is not my funnest part of the job, begging for money. So that's basically my spiel. Are there any questions from you guys?
Well, I'm glad to see you back and staying here. I think you've been around quite about as long as I have, Ty. I don't remember when you started coming over.
I've been here for a long, long time.
Yeah. And I know your services has been appreciated by the people that get to use you, but I also know that, like you said, this year, 19 that didn't get to, or 20 some that didn't get to? 22? Yeah.
Yeah, that's horrible. That's horrible. There was a study a few years ago by the American Bar Association that took a look at legal services, and in the state of Kansas, they found we had about a third of the attorneys we needed to meet the need. We did our own civil assessment with KU 2 years ago, and when KU was studying it, they found out that 80% of poverty people below poverty, had a legal need. Only 12% of them looked for assistance or called for assistance. The number one reason, they didn't think we would help, and they didn't think they could afford an attorney. And that's horrible. I mean, if you don't have access to the civil justice system, it's very hard to get ahead in life.
Right. Any commission have any questions?
Thanks for what you do.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard me.
Yeah. Can you hear us, Ty?
Yeah.
Okay, one of them said, thank you for what you do, and I don't know if anybody else has any questions or not. Don't appear to have, so.
Appreciate to having that type of service available to the county, because it's needed.
We like providing it. It's sort of sad what we have to do, but when people are getting divorced, when they're getting abused, when they're being taken advantage of by a consumer, they really need us.
And what are you asking for, the same amount, or was it more? I don't have that one. Same amount.
Same amount.
Okay. Well.
And on my request letter, I sent the request for the exact same amount I requested last year.
Okay.
This year of COVID, I know the counties are trying to figure everything out, and I figured it was not a year to ask for an increase from anybody.
Okay. Ty, thank you for what you do, like the rest of them said, and we're going to put this together and see if we can't get this. It's sort of a rush deal this year. We're trying to speed it up a little bit, so.
Okay, be great.
Thank you, Ty.
I appreciate your time. I appreciate letting me appear this way.
Yeah, that's saved you some time, doesn't it? So.
Yep. You guys have a good afternoon. I'm going to figure out how to log off of this particular type here.
All righty. Thank you, Ty.
Have a great day. Bye.
Bye. All right. Moving on to our next visitor, planning and zoning.
Good afternoon.
It is good afternoon. Go right ahead, Sharon.
Okay. My budget this year looks fairly similar to last year. There have been a few things that were a little more or a little less. Overall, the total dollar is a little less. If you've had a chance to look over my budget planning worksheet, I would like to purchase some type of tablet to use in the field so that we can save a step when entering data and connect that data to our GIS map.
I'm going to stop you right at that. And what kind of expense do you think for that, just that alone?
Honestly, for a tablet, you can go anywhere from $2,000, $2,500, maybe even less. The figures that I've seen lately that have the capability to work with some type of software is probably around that range.
And what are you wanting to do from the tablet to the maps? When you said that just a second ago, that's what struck me, because we as a gas company are using some pretty sophisticated equipment that does do that. It goes from the field, once they click it on out in the field, it goes right to our maps and saves a lot of steps, and that's why I'm asking you what you're planning on doing.
That's a good question. So I've started looking into some software that will help with our process over in the planning and zoning department. There are a couple of companies that I've contacted, and just kind of to get an idea of what the software would cost. I've talked with iWork, Windowware and Comcate. And those types of software, you can take a tablet into the field with you when you're doing inspections or permitting or whatever you're out in the field for. And it has basically there's a scheduling system that you can get with it. There are reports and documents that you can have automatically filled out. So I go on site, I fill in, I click on the address, I say I need this report ran. I can do an inspection when I'm on site, and that information is already uploaded into our system. You can get a software that will attach that basically as a layer to our geoinformation
geospatial information map. That way, whoever has access to the program, say my assistant is at the office and I ask him to call those folks and let them know that their wastewater inspection report is done, he can click on our map and that information will pull up automatically. He can see any type of permits that are attached to that parcel, any prior inspections, any violations, basically any pertinent information that we have to that specific parcel.
But you're not pulling it from the register of deeds, you're just pulling it from your own files.
So those software companies can actually incorporate your parcel data. So they would be taking our parcel data from the county and incorporating the software, incorporating that into the software. And some of those companies can either update that information every 6 months, every year, so that you'll have new lot splits and change of ownership and different things like that updated.
Yeah, and I understand what you're doing. I'm just, we're using GPS and stuff like that too, and I'm wondering if you was to do it out there and somebody pull that, you give somebody that from yours, and it's not recorded in the register of deeds like it should be, I mean, all that stuff, then would they use your copy later on to use it either for their advice, you know, just thinking that they've got a recorded copy?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to this.
Yeah, and
I'm liking where you're going with this, because the other day we approved price for the stars.
Yeah.
If we had more collaboration around the same program, it allows what the left hand to see what the right hand is doing and vice versa. And I mean, maybe that's not what you were getting at, but that's what I'm getting at, that's what I'm seeing.
I think what she's doing is, I'm just saying, I don't want to go so far to take some information down and somebody else get this information and think that it's recorded up here, when it wouldn't be. It would be just in for her office and her field and her mapping and stuff like that. Yeah, so, no, I think you've got a wide range of field here to explore.
Have you talked to Lloyd about this?
somewhat, he would be more involved in helping us find a tablet and things like that. He doesn't.
He did research programs.
Right,
for you.
right, yeah. And it would be nice to have a unified software that the entire county used.
Well, now, if you're talking about GIS mapping though, maybe this mapping would pull from that. I don't know.
It does.
Okay.
From the appraisers?
From the appraisers?
Yeah, we all use the same GIS data. This would just be incorporating my inspection reports,
and stuff on it that you have.
permits,
Okay.
different things like that. It would add a layer
Right.
to, like using KMZ files, it would add a layer to that GIS map.
I like your intent. I think everybody likes your intent there, of trying to get it all grouped together. It's just trying to find the right piece of software and stuff that works properly.
Sure, yep, yep. And there's a vast plethora of different softwares out there and what they offer and what they can and can't do. Like I said, I've only began that research.
Okay, well, good luck, because it's a big one.
It is,
It is a
it
big
is.
field out there.
And if there's another software that we can all use, if someone's aware of that, then feel free to let me know.
Yeah. Cool.
It's good to create those type of efficiencies where you can get as much field work done and input right on the side rather than trying to collect stuff and bring it back to the office and
Absolutely.
then trying to
put it
together.
Yeah.
I've got a question for Tina. You go to department head meetings, do you guys ever talk about having a common program that everybody would help every department?
You know what, honestly, we haven't had a department head meeting this year.
Oh, okay.
But,
Maybe.
you know, we sometimes do talk about
A good
collaborating on
subject.
different things, but really, we haven't had in-depth discussions about specific programs.
Different departments have such wide range.
Well, no, but, you know.
But we do, like what Sharon said, you know, the GIS that's used in the appraiser's office, they're using it. I use it for tax units. So, I mean, a lot of us are already using some of the similar items for the mapping
I mean,
portions.
everybody uses this map at one point or other in their life.
Another thing that this software would be beneficial for is right now, we're running a pretty primitive show over there. We manually enter information into Excel spreadsheets and Word documents and try to keep some kind of collaboration going on there and keep track of where our different cases are at. And we have, I don't know, over 100 open cases right now between permitting, environmental complaints and violations. So we're trying to manage those manually. A software system could help in scheduling and keeping track of where we're at with those cases and helping keep those rolling. And set priorities and keep track of key performance indicators and things like that.
Well, I see a good field that you're getting into here, so I you know, within reasonable, present us something, you know, I don't know if you know what the cost is yet, but.
I have a general idea. Initial startup costs that I have seen average around $8,500 to more than that.
Yeah.
And then they all have an annual maintenance fee.
Oh, okay.
And it's generally around $1,000 to $4,500, depending on which software you use.
You didn't include that in this year's budget? None of it?
I did.
Did? Okay. Okay. Where's that under now?
That would be under the commodities.
Okay.
And I believe I put that in the capital outlay section. Last year I budgeted, that number in commodities has typically been around $3,000, a little over $3,000. This year I budgeted $15,500.
You mean capital outlay?
Sorry, capital outlay, yes.
So out of that 3, you're going to, because actual is still sitting at 0. So you're planning on buying a tablet yet this year?
Well, the tablet would be, we do need to replace one laptop this year in my department. So the tablet and the software would more than likely be in the 2022 budget.
That's the way she has it shown here. So she has one computer being purchased this year, and then next year, the tablet and the software.
And I realize that's all up for your review.
So you anticipate spending the 3,500, or
The 3,000 in the 2021 budget?
Right.
Yes. And the other line item, the other big ticket item that has been floating around in our budget for years is for a new vehicle. And I need to get bids on a vehicle before the end of 2021. My fear is that we won't, with shortages and things, I'm not sure what we'll be able to get. So I don't know if it's possible for that to roll over to next year if we're not able to purchase a vehicle this year.
Should be able to cash flow.
Well, we're gonna probably have to show it in next year's column if you're not sure you're gonna be able to get it purchased this year.
Spending capability.
Okay.
Then you could spend it in either year.
Okay. That makes sense. Mine finally left me stranded over by Gossel a couple of weeks ago.
Well, at least you were safe.
Yes, I was safe.
That's not the rough part.
And the weather was
That's not the
actually
rough
nice
part of
today.
town.
Right.
Need to order to get one.
That's what I hear. I hear there's a 6-month waiting period on a lot of vehicles right
Yeah, not because of the vehicle, it's because of the chip.
now. Right.
The vehicle's ready to go.
So you're under budget of last year, correct?
I think the numbers are similar. The only difference is that, well, the major difference is that I'm showing the vehicle replacement as 0 for next year.
Right, and if we actually put it in on next year's budget,
Okay.
then it should be just a little bit over. Basically could be going up a little bit on the capital outlay line, but overall, she's within 10,000 of her current budget, even if we keep that vehicle in. And if we don't, then she's climbed down.
I just trying to make it straight whether she's waiting till next year or this year for vehicle. You don't have, but how much do you have this year for vehicle?
I have 32,500 budgeted
For this year?
for this year.
Okay.
So if we put it back in for 2022, then I would be a little over 5,000 increased in budget over 2020.
But if you have it in your budget for this year, why not get a bid price and see what you're at?
That's the plan.
Yeah. Okay.
I would like to do that before the end of the year.
All right. I don't see no reason why you can't go ask and see what it comes out at. Get it accomplished.
Okay.
Be the end of the year till you get it.
Yeah. And then we can hold it. Can't we do that? We can still do it if you don't like it, but normally at the end of the year, we can hold money back.
Oh, encumber?
Encumber money, yes.
If we have to, but if she goes ahead and gets her bids now.
Yeah.
And gets it ordered, we can write the check and hold it until the vehicle comes.
There you go, so, yeah. I don't know, the commission, all right with that?
It's been budgeted.
Okay.
Ever since I've been here, so.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just get it done.
Yeah.
Before the wheels fall off the one you
Yeah.
got.
It's
Yep.
very close to that.
All righty.
Okay. And I think those are the major
Okay.
changes for next year and the end of this year.
That'll work for me.
Do you have any other questions?
There's a big sale going on of the wind farms. What all do you expect to have to do yet? I mean, how much extra accounting and stuff are we gonna have to have? I don't know if the sale's gonna cause us any extra,
Right.
any extra work.
Does all the CUPs go with the sale?
You're supposed to.
If they accept the responsibilities and agreements that
Oh, they have to, I
with the
think.
CUP,
Way I
yes,
understand.
they would have to in order to keep them valid.
So, but they still haven't applied for building permits, correct?
Correct.
And that's gonna take how much extra work, how much extra people?
That will take a little extra work. So we still have budgeted for a part-time person. And I wanna say it's 1,000 hours.
I think so, yeah, it looks like you've got $12,000 in there.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, $12,000, which comes out to,
Basically 1,000 hours.
yeah, just under 1,000 hours.
Okay.
So we're just kind of reserving that for when we need it. We know we'll need it, it's just a matter of when. I don't want to hire that person too soon and
Right.
waste money.
Good. Okay. Any final questions for commission? If not,
Okay,
thank you, Sharon.
you're welcome.
That vehicle.
Yes. Before I have to call somebody. to
Before the
give
tow
me a
truck
bid.
comes.
And I'd also like to hand one of these out to you. This is for the public open house tomorrow in Hillsborough. And that is for the remapping project, the floodplain remapping project. If you have time, feel free to stop in. I think it's a come and go event, so if you get a chance, swing in and meet some people from the state and from the engineering firms and see what's going on. All right, thank you.
Thank you,
Sharon. If you haven't seen it yet, you should check out the link. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's
it is.
interactive. It's kind of like what she's trying to get. I mean, right?
Yeah, you can,
Yeah.
you can zoom in on a property or type in the address and see what the LiDAR shows the flood elevations will be. So, it's kinda cool.
It's really cool.
Alright, thank you.
We're down to the department.
Deidre's back. And you've got her scheduled at 3:30, so she's probably not
Good call.
on.
Yeah, call her, see if she get her.
Okay.
I want you commissioners to know this. That's the first time we've been ahead for years. We usually sitting in here.
That's what I was thinking.
Hope Deidre don't pull us down.
Well, the issue is that we don't have Scott Lloyd sitting here. They've always been here.
Yes.
From the first meeting on.
Yes. Yes.
That's why it's going faster.
Next week, I'm so fast, huh? What you say?
What did you decide to do?
Because we don't.
Just waiting?
She's calling for Deidre.
I took the
See,
paper.
half the questions, the way I remember, half the questions came from Scott Lloyd.
Oh.
Because it's things we did not think about.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh. Having fun so far.
I'll fall asleep on a tractor.
Yeah. When I was at Hillsborough, the administrator pretty much had it all ready to go, and then you just, whatever you saw, like kind of like the payday. It's all laid out there, and you just kind of, it's the longest meeting you'll have, and it's probably 2.5 hours. The rest of the time you're there for an hour, 45 minutes. Friday still work for you? Friday still work for you? Okay.
It's on the calendar.
Be neat to be able to, if she was out in the field, pull up this address, and 10 years ago there was a building permit on it, or if there was a lagoon permit on this address for Sharon to, whatever may have been through planning and zoning, that would come up in her category and stuff. And
It's just like you're talking your utility software, you know, with your pad, you can walk up to any address, when was the meter put in, what was the last reading?
Yeah.
What is age, what's the size of the pipe, what
Yeah.
is the pipe?
Yeah.
How many feet, where is it exactly located, GPS coordinate, everything. Same with electric, you know, you can take your pad out and walk to a pole, it'll tell you when that pole's been serviced, what the insulator's on it, every test on it.
it depends on the information that's been saved.
Whose property is on, who has the
Yeah.
right of way. You know, it just makes life.
So much easier.
And there's so many layers.
Yes.
At county level, but again, you start out at your basic layer, your
Yep.
map, and then you just start stacking the layers on it.
What we're seeing right now in our mapping has been, when I started, paper maps.
Yeah.
And you wrote on them, and then you sent it in to the office and a certain people, so you never knew whether it got completely done or not. But what we're seeing now, lately, since we've got this new system, is when they GPS that whole thing in out there, within about 30 days, it's on our map on our trucks. and it's already there, that you know that's, I mean, you can see the digging if he's been digging, but if he'd inserted, well, you may not. And so you can see a lot of things that's done already, and it's starting to show up on our map, feel good, where it'd be nice where someday somebody's gonna walk up when you do locates for Kent Becker out at his farm, why, you'll know whether there's any gas service or anything close to it.
Did you go into a recess or anything, or you just,
No,
okay.
We're just waiting to get a hold of Deidre.
We did get a hold of her, she's gonna come early, but, I didn't know, you didn't ask Sharon about department business. She may have some department business that she might wanna share, so.
She's still here?
Yep, she's still standing right there at the door.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Do you have department to business?
Basically just a continuation discussion.
Yeah.
So nothing impressing today?
Not necessarily.
Okay. All right. See you then.
Okay.
Yeah, anything different that you need today?
The only thing would be if there's any feedback that I haven't received that on the proposed changes to that final settlement agreement on the RMA. So they can cut us a check.
So do you think you need to add a short executive?
Good. Just to see if anybody has any questions.
Is there a certain time you have to leave?
No perfect rule about now, but we'll just make it work. Today was kind of unique. I can make it happen.
How long do you need?
Probably 5 minutes, just to see if anyone has any questions.
That would be for
Contract negotiations.
contract negotiations.
Attorney-client privilege. Just the up to on that one, it's just informational with you guys.
I don't think I better go to that. I'm not fond of the state point of view. Floodplain.
No one is currently on this one. No one is currently on this one. There's a lot of red on those maps.
Yeah.
People are pretty unhappy.
Predicting for the, well, I don't know if it can happen someplace, but they're predicting for 500 years. Next 500 years could have been last one. Yeah, could have been.
Red disappeared.
Oh, really?
Did it?
Some yellow popped in here and there.
They added a massive amount of red around her. And then when they want to scream about it, they said, well, all you really need to do is produce, like with this last event, pictures of the high water marks and those kinds of things. And if they're below a certain level, then we can certainly consider taking them out. The mayor, being who he is, really did and said, that'll be a problem. Because there were no high water marks, because there was no water anywhere in town where they put all this red. So they said, what would you like us to do? Show that everything is pristine and white or what? I said, we can probably do it with an affidavit.
Oh, so sorry.
Thought I was falling asleep there for a second.
That's
Glad to
your
know,
wake-up call.
glad to know that I'm not. I'm
Oh
still
my
here.
gosh, I'm so sorry.
You ought to hit that in case one of us does doze off every once in a while.
I just don't ever know when it's gonna make a noise.
That just happens every once in a while.
I'm so sorry.
Had fun in the health department.
Okay, great. It's further down than that. Oh, there we go. Okay.
There's a whole bunch of them. I put an 80 and I had to go back to 67.
Notes, kind of thoughts.
Yeah, 68.
Yep, there it is, just like I said. Got it out of order.
Yeah.
68.
Now she's just doing it on purpose.
I'm sorry.
You just drank a can of that energy drink you did with Sealy.
I had two.
That's what happens when I try to do some work while you guys are having a break.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
So you plant soybeans and stuff.
Yeah, like,
It's not getting dry.
it's getting dry. Last week ago,
Got hay too.
days ago.
Okay, I'm not gonna do it anymore. So one more time, I'm closing this, so it'll probably make a
City
noise.
of Ramona wants to
Okay, it did.
You what?
City of Ramona.
I'm gonna go bale hay for a couple hours. What do they want, anything?
Yeah, come down. Come
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
she's
not very
coming.
far, I guess.
No.
See, there she is, right there.
Oh.
Good
Hey,
afternoon.
do I need to put on the mask?
No, not unless you feel
Look
we
at,
need
look
to.
at you walk too.
Well,
Moving.
I'm getting there pretty good. I kind of rushed down a little bit. I went on a pretty long walk after 4 weeks and then settled back a little. So,
All righty, whenever you get composed and ready, why, just take off, 'cause we've got your sheet here that you sent in,
okay, so where do you want me to start? With the,
right at the top, and take us through.
Which more pages?
What I have basically is your.
how about maybe the questionnaire part? Does that help, or do you just want me to go through this little sheet?
Let's go through that first
Yeah.
and then we'll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go, whatever the surprises are.
Well, I'm not even sure what the surprises are, but, you know, I can blame it on COVID, right?
Yeah.
The preparedness grant, we're supposed to get the 14,709, so I put that in. But as you know, that goes from July 1st of this year till June of next year. Like all of our regular KDHE grants. Now our WIC grant goes from October 1st through September. That's on a federal fiscal year. So on the first page, it's only the preparedness, 14,709. The next page, we haven't had the KDHE grant for years, and we won't be getting that. The child care grant, that expired. We got some money for that in '21, but that's the last of it. So we will no longer have that. Safe Kids, I went ahead and put 6,000. Basically what that is any money.
79.
Okay, sorry.
She's on 79.
Oh.
Yeah.
We're gonna catch up with you.
71?
Okay.
That's 88.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does say 88, but in our packet it's 79.
We're on the right
Okay.
page. Thanks, Dave.
So
Appreciate
Safe
that.
Kids, I'm not sure what you want me to put there, but but I put 6,000 because we'll probably at least get 6,000. Any money we get is actually for like items, like Erin does if she gives away bike helmets. She writes for grants, so if it's 1,500 for that, we'll spend 1,500. Now, none of her salary has ever been paid for. So that can be kind of a wash. So I didn't know, and that's something we might want to talk to Scott about. If he wants us to put 0 or what in there. IAP grant is 3,181. And then the COVID-19, we won't get any more of that, that's done. The ELC grant, in 2021, we should receive the rest of that, which is $12,183. But we will not get any in 2022. We have it's an ELC expanded infrastructure, which we got awarded, and that I think it's 159,148, and that'll be retroactive through January 5th. So that comes in the year 2021, and it will run till 2023. So I'm not quite sure, honestly, how I'm gonna divide that up. Do I divide that up by 3 years? But all of the grants are specific to, like, they have tasks or objectives we have to meet. So, like, this grant, while we can't provide any vaccination services, so I can't go back and charge, like, part of Charlotte's salary for giving vaccine. But I can charge her salary for, like, investigations, which, you know, now vaccination grants, we heard last week that we are going to have an immunization supplemental 3 and a supplemental 4. If you look on this sheet, it will tell you what the supplementals are. The supplemental 3 would be the, let's see, where is it now? I'm getting ahead of myself. Is $63,000 starting July 1st of this year, goes for 3 years. Supplemental 4 is $110,000 starting July and goes for 3 years. Supplemental 3, we haven't got any of the details on this. We're supposed to get it this week, and then it'll be due, our budget will be due back in 45 days. Suppose that's kind of what we're expecting.
Adrienne, are the amounts the total amount divided by 3 years, or is it an annual per year?
Well, that's what we can decide.
Okay, but the total amount you have there is the total, grand total, and then
For the grant.
you're not getting, yeah.
The grand total of $173,000 are the immunization supplemental grants that will start July 1st of this year. That's aside from the $159,000.
Right, but what I'm saying, that $159,000, if you're looking at that grant, that ELC grant, that's the total grant dollars, and the time period is the 3 years, right? It's not $159,000 a year for 3 years.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, yeah. The $159,000 begins retroactive January 5th, and that will go through July 31st, 2023.
I was just trying to make sure that everybody understood the total
Yeah,
dollars.
right, yeah, we won't get that amount each year.
Right.
And this is all COVID related. However, the supplemental 3, as long as COVID is still an issue, we can use that for vaccination. Now, this is according to the webinar. Things could change when I get the final
Oh, yeah.
grant to write
I
for.
guarantee it.
We can use it for such as like incentives or pay for nurses to give vaccines. It's vaccine related, and it can be through all kinds of vaccines, birth through adult years, the way it stands right now, or hopefully. Then the supplemental 4 is basically has to do with collaboration. So that is like somehow we'll have to get creative and partner with like the clinics and partner with other organizations, maybe the food bank, and go out and do vaccines at the food bank every so often. That's all collaboration. Now, so I don't know what to put on the end for 2022. And the rural vaccination grant you saw there, that is the Patterson grant. We got $15,000 for that. That's to use for vaccine efforts. However, our vaccine, the nurse's salary was covered under other grants, so we can't cover, so we're trying to figure out how we can spend that $15,000. We've got most of our IT equipment. All this money has come a little bit late, and so I've found other streams, but I didn't want it, this was from the Patterson group, and I didn't really want to pass up on it. Jess is trying to make, like, I think you heard we're gonna go on a vaccination tour. And so Jess has contacted them because we can use consumables. Well, we've got most of our, when we get vaccine, we get syringes. We've got a ton of gloves. We don't, so she's going to see if we can use that for some other things. We've already got IT stuff that we need. There's a few things we will get with that. But, so, that's kind of where we stand. Anyway, those kind
Any
of.
questions? Gina, do you have any?
Probably later, not now.
Yeah.
Hire an accountant to help you.
I know, that might be the other thing. We'll use some grants on someone to keep these straight.
To account for the grants.
Yes, yeah,
Administration for the grants.
yeah.
Just to run the checkbook.
Right, because I know the bigger places, they have an accountant do all this. The expanded testing grant, if you see down at the bottom of about page 88 or whatever your page is, we had $28,881 to run through November of 22. So we'll probably have a little portion of that left over for 2022, because when I originally wrote the grant, I thought maybe the hospitals would want to test people who didn't have insurance, and then we would buy that testing equipment for them. One hospital chose not to. The other one partnered with Tabor, and Tabor had an abundance of kits, so they got those kits. We were using it to pay for transportation. One of the schools used, the school nurse drew samples, and so their bus drivers, since they weren't driving to any athletics, they drove specimens up to Topeka, the school paid them, then we reimbursed the school, and that was only around $3,000 out of that $28,000. So we'll have to figure out somehow testing. The transportation, we probably won't be doing any longer, because KDHE now has gotten a courier to come around all the health departments. They'll stop by once a week or once a day and pick up specimens. And that's one thing that we have to figure out where we're gonna put the box, because the hospital's not too keen on us bolting it down in their cement. So I have an idea.
Oh, you do? Because I was
Yeah.
gonna say, I still think it should be over there.
Well, see, it's for all specimens. I don't know how much Sharon sends any organization.
them.
You did?
Yeah, she uses just a lab and Hutch, and
Okay,
yeah,
so
we
no
don't,
one
she
else
doesn't
does.
send anything over there.
Then we'll have to. I mean, the state will give us about $150 to bolt it down, so maybe we'll just go with Jeremy, try to get him to let us do that with the provision that we'll fix it,
Yeah.
fill in the holes.
I wouldn't think it would be that big of a
Yeah.
repair if we need to take it off. So.
Yeah, so.
Well, any questions?
There's a man up at the hospital, put the end, looking right across the street. That
Yeah.
clerk knows how to do that.
Yeah, it's caused, that has been an experience in itself.
It was set up this morning, blocked the whole street.
Yeah, and it's kind of been a little much of it. Okay.
Got anything?
Now,
Joe, go. Any questions? No? Anybody? No? Okay. Go ahead.
okay, so now we'll go to the expense sheet, which I have 89. You'll just have the next page, I think. Personnel services, 244,622. That is probably, like, I went partly off of Cherry's figures. I reduced Lynette, Hebert, and Sherry's a little bit, but I think Jess's might be a little bit higher, so that might kind of come out in the wash with Sherry's. Contractual, 104,500. Commodities, 6,750. Capital outlay, I'd like to keep 38,000. However, we are needing a new vehicle pretty bad, so we might not need that much in capital outlay if we purchase a vehicle yet this year. The preparedness grant expenses, 14,709. Then on the next page, the WIC contractual, 7,854, and then commodities, 300. WIC actually got a new HEMA-Q this year, and they got the supplies for that, so Sherry didn't think she would have to buy much for the WIC program.
Okay.
So the vehicle, is that gonna be this year or next year?
I'm hoping that we could get it this year. In my little budget planning sheet, I put that maybe we could get it this year. It would have to be a vehicle big enough to tow the small trailers. I don't think we need one quite big enough for the command trailer. So.
We've got plenty of vehicles to do for that. We've got a trash truck sitting right up there that's sitting idle, up there that pulls the trailers around, it's not doing nothing. That'll pull the command trailer if we need to, but I believe the commission probably will just make sure that the dually's available to pull that for whatever day you're gonna do your round the county deal.
Okay, that'll be, and that was something, I didn't know if I can talk about that here, but, that's something, if it's becomes a hassle, we'll just take the Tahoe and they'll just deal with it. Because.
It won't become a hassle unless he did get, the only thing that would be a hassle is if he did have a setup in it, an incident that would be the only thing.
Yeah, like spur of the moment.
Yeah.
Like we would know that morning and then.
Yeah,
It'd be a natural disaster, a tornado or something.
Yeah.
So you probably want to cancel it anyway.
You wouldn't want to be out there with the
Right, right.
If you're looking for a vehicle though, you better start right now, because you may have to wait to get it till after next year.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
So if it
and that's
comes in under your
usually,
budget, then like Tina said on the last one, that we can write a check for it and hold the check if you get it ordered.
okay, so, do you typically just go to like Midway here and Ford? And then do we need to do like Midway and McPherson,
No, no.
or just those two?
Midway here
Okay.
and Ford, see what you,
Okay.
I don't know what kind of vehicle you want.
Well, I think I saw Travis's and he was saying how he thought that would pull a trailer.
Oh, his little new one?
Yeah, Durango, and he
Yeah.
thought that would, I mean, I don't think we'll go with the Tahoe because they're quite expensive.
Right.
But if that pulls it, you know, we need a little bit of space in the back to haul stuff.
Okay.
So, that's kind of.
Or something like that.
Get you a diesel. Doesn't matter what it is, it'll pull it.
You need
I don't
four-wheel
know.
drive, and this need. you
I
want-
don't think we
you just
really
wanna
need
go on
four-wheel
nice days.
drive. Yeah, cause if it's bad, we won't go. I mean, in the country roads. So, do any of you have any events in your district that you would like the health department to go to and represent, or gift shots? Because as part of this supplemental 4, we could do that if there are any events. Now, I realize some events, people aren't gonna wanna get shots, you know, because they wanna have fun and do, but if you can think of any, you know, like, I'm thinking if there's pancake feeds or, I know that they have planned to be like at Art in the Park and arts and crafts.
What about 4th of July?
Well, if you think we should go up there,
I don't have a
mean,
clue.
you know,
I mean, it's just a possibility.
because one of the things that kind of is gonna kind of hurt us is we didn't do a lot of, regular shots, routine, so our income, our revenue in may not be like, we did more flu shots this year, so that kind of helped. But we're just trying to get the word back out that we have normal services rather than just COVID.
4th on Sunday, and that's when the crowd will be at Peabody most likely. Could be some events Saturday, I don't know what they're having, but could be some.
So maybe we could check on,
August 6th through the August 8th, you got the threshing days, gospel.
So will you be providing shots for anybody? Doesn't matter if they're in county, out of county, or out of state?
yeah.
You got July 3rd, a cruise around Marion Lake.
So it'd be kind of interesting if you do that and you give a shot to someone from far away, then they have to come back, they have to come back for their second dose, right?
Well, we have Johnson & Johnson, and after they set up this tour and got all the flyers made and everything, we got an alert from KDHE that they extended the expiration date of the vaccine. So now it doesn't expire till the 7th, and right now I believe it's 80 doses we have. So we would have, now when they do the tour, they're gonna offer Moderna and Johnson & Johnson. So,
But not Pfizer.
not Pfizer. Right now, they will be finishing up the Pfizer doses. We had, for the school, 12 to 17-year-olds this week, and then we did order some because each clinic they've gone to, they've had prime doses to use up some of the doses. So then we're just ordering a small amount of Pfizer. Pfizer's just a little bit more detailed to, like, it's kept in the freezer, and then you get it out, and then you have to use it within so many, you know, so much time after mixing it up. And the others, Johnson & Johnson is basically stored in the fridge, and you just draw it out of the vial. Moderna is freezer to fridge, and then you draw it out of the vial. So it doesn't require the mixing.
4th of July, I don't know who you talked to, I guess it's just up to you whether you think you wanna go.
The
It's
city,
a Sunday,
yeah.
it's a Sunday deal, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's what we are looking, if you have some in the fall, you know, too, just let me know, feel free to call me. Do you have any questions about our dashboard? The declaration is due to expire tomorrow, the state declaration. And Randy's was, my understanding, runs indefinitely, but I don't know if he's gonna cut it off. He asked me if I thought we needed to extend it, and I said no, at this point we don't. The one thing is, if there's a declaration declared, and Brad might know this, that if we use, like we used a lot of outside people or volunteers to give vaccines, and they wouldn't be covered, but our employees are covered. So if they aren't our employees, it's my understanding, if they're just volunteers, if you don't have a disaster declaration. So we might have to declare one if we get to that point that we need to use volunteers again.
They're not covered for what?
Liability.
Oh.
And county employees covered?
County employees are, and most of the nurses have their own too. We don't advertise that. In the county.
Anybody have any other questions?
Doing a great job.
Well, it's kind of, the budget is,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm looking for some guidance from Scott, and if you give him, I'm sure he'll work something out.
Okay.
So, do you have any questions on the report that Tina, did you forward that to them?
On the COVID
Yeah.
update? No, I haven't.
Okay, we actually have one active case, one confirmed since last week. But our positivity rate is 1.5%, so that's come down 1 out of 66 tests. And we are gonna refer people, we're gonna quit doing the press releases and dashboards, but we are gonna put the website where you can go on KDHE to find out this information.
Okay.
And we'll kind of do that every so often but go back to reporting if things change.
So where did the active case come from? Did the family gathering, a wedding, or did this happen?
I'm not sure, I didn't what?
They had that cruise the other day that they kept talking about, and everybody was COVID, they all vaccinated, and 2 people still got it.
Oh, see, I didn't
lines.
investigate it,
Oh,
I
okay.
just saw the report. And I'm assuming that, we were doing regular quarterly reports before COVID. Are those gonna start up?
Department
Money
heads?
department?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, because Jess was just asking about the pulse. And so.
What's your whirlwind tour date? What
It
that?
is the 23rd.
23rd?
Yeah.
Whirlwind tour.
Okay, I'll get with you. We need to probably find out some more information. That's what.
I should have brought a flyer. I can email that to, I'll have Jess email that to,
All those.
yeah.
Okay.
And you probably need the trailer on the 21st to load it up the day before.
The 22nd, yeah.
22nd.
Well, we don't have to have it, they can take it there because they can haul the stuff.
No, you need to bring it to your place.
Yeah, where are we gonna,
I park it just back it in sideways,
alongside our,
back it up against your white trailer. People have to find someplace else to park that.
oh, I see, like drive it that way.
Drive it in sideways,
Okay,
leave it hooked up.
okay.
it'll be easy for you guys to
Right in front of their
leave.
building?
Yeah,
Yeah.
cause they're gonna be leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Right, right,
Mm.
and they can't, like, some of the stuff they won't be able to put in,
Till that morning.
right,
You need to make it easy on yourself.
yeah. And,
I'd make the hospital people park someplace else.
well, the hospital parking lot should be done.
You can't park out there.
Surely they can by next week. I think they finished it today.
Oh, we finished today, 7 days, you might.
7 days.
Oh, it's 7 days?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, sorry.
We were thinking, so,
Yeah, not tomorrow.
okay. Wow.
Yeah, typically
Okay.
7 days before they let, you can walk on it, they won't let you drive on it for 7 days.
Okay,
Adrian,
we'll
thank you.
figure something out and just let me know.
And your personal health is doing good.
It's doing, yeah, it really
Relax
is.
and Stuff, hip,
So-
you hip replacement.
Hip, yeah,
Good,
yeah.
good deal.
So, okay, thanks.
Uh-huh. Well, we've come to the end of our list for the day. We do have something here, executive session with Brad, the attorney. Gonna have it throw it in here real quick, like for executive session. There is no public comments today, except we did receive a public comment.
No name or address.
There is no name or address on it. We will be requesting from here on out, whenever you have a public comment, name and address on there, so we know that it's somebody local.
And it wasn't during the public comments portion.
I'd like to go into that. I move that we recess into executive session for contract negotiations pursuant to KSA 75-431-9B for consultation with our attorney in matters of attorney-client privileges with the board and Brad for 5 minutes.
Second.
Second by Kent. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Aye. Be done in 3:40. 3:30, 3:40. We're going in 3:35 and come out at 3:40.
I should have good helpers.
This conference will now be recorded.
I have executive sessions, no decision. I move that we adjourn. Second. I have a second by Jonah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. See you tomorrow. 12:30. And Scott's supposed to be here tomorrow?
Nope.
Nope.
Not till next week.
Next week.